So let's begin
ao Rio Climate Action Week.
to the Rio Climate Action Week. It is with great pleasure to be with you all here, so you're very welcome. So speaking on behalf of the ITG, the institute responsible for the management of the museum, and we are here with our team, Cristiano Vasconcelos, the director of the museum, Carol, Alana, and everyone to provide support on this event. I would like to salute all of you here on behalf of our co-creator, Marcelo Andrade, partner, and Analini, if not mistaken with her last name. So first I would like to greet you all, and my self-description for those who cannot see us. I am a white man, white hair, blue eyes, dressing a blue shirt and a blue blazer and jeans, and welcoming all of you and those who are not here but are watching us. I would like to say that it's with great pleasure to open Rio Climate Week and greet all of you. For those who are not from Rio de Janeiro, those who came to visit the city or came especially for the event, you're all welcome. It's a pleasure. Like on behalf of Museu da Manhã, Museum of Science, Applied Sciences, and this year, as we were talking with our friends, Oscar Metzava, we are celebrating 10 years of the museum, 8 million visitors. It's the most visited museum in the country for the past 10 years, and it's a science museum that tries to translate all knowledges and scientific knowledge from all the nature to the public, and this is our main mission, to translate to everyone the situation of the planet. This museum was created to think about climate change and bring topics for discussion and present in different languages and show using the arts how we are dealing with the planet. And nothing better than host this event today. And some days before, like the COP30 that is going to happen in Berlin. I'd like to invite all of you, those who will go to Berlin, will be there on October 4th, opening Museu das Amazônias, like created and developed with a partnership of the state government in Pará and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Will be a legacy for the city of Berlin. And with this hope that the city of Berlin will realize one of the most important meetings for the climate, celebrating how we are going to have the celebration of the Eco 92 here in Rio de Janeiro, that motivated and inspired so many other meetings related to the climate, and say that we will participate in the next meetings about biodiversity. I think that this is an important asset that is important to discuss here in Brazil, and bringing all these topics to involve all the different categories present. We always say that the social responsibility of the citizens is to enable change for the society. So we have this huge responsibility in this room. All of us here are privileged, and we need to do something to improve our tomorrow. So this museum is called the Museum of Tomorrow because it's not a far distant tomorrow. So we say that if we act today, tomorrow will be a better day. And this is our hope. We have a contribution from the museum, and all of you are invited to visit the main exhibit of the museum that talks about the narrative of the human beings and the planet, where we came from, where we are, and how we are going to get there. And we also have like a COP occupation, and it's called like the Esquenta copy. It's like the warm-up copy. So we can get there with more critical information about what it means and what the copy might mean. So the installation, you can see we have like 3 different exhibits and many different discussions that will happen either here in the plenary that we open here in the atrium. So you're all invited. And then salute all of you and wish you a great day, a great week of the Rio Climate Week. And now I would like to invite to come up to the stage Marcelo for the official opening of the Rio Climate Action Week. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very kind words. So I think that you brought like the symbolism of being in this place, Museum of Tomorrow, putting the word action, like Rio Climate Action Week, because it's important to talk about the topic and it's important to discuss, to create public policies. But if we do not act to solve the problem, we don't have tomorrow. So we are going to have like the London Climate Action Week. And in this auditorium, all the guests and involved people for this opening ceremony in this first day are people that I know personally for the past 40 years that we are celebrating this year, that was created precisely for that, the Pro Natura International. So everyone has action in their DNA. And the purpose of this week and this moment here in Rio de Janeiro, and because it is in Rio, we want to rescue Rio's DNA as the birthplace of the consolidation of the word sustainability. We have some witnesses that were here then, and we will hear them throughout this day. I would like to thank you all for being here and the opportunity of giving this opportunity to our city, to our planet, and to our tomorrow. Without that, we won't have anything. And I would like to thank you for the partnership and also for Malin.
So, thank you very much. Good morning. Bom dia a todos. It's a great pleasure to be back in Rio. So Marcelo and I have been working on this enterprise for many, many decades. We've known each other for many decades, and the key thing to begin with is that this is an initiative which has been born out of partnership and great personal friendship. So we stand before you as two dinosaurs, as Marcelo likes to call us, because we are both children of 1992, in the sense that that conference was so formative for us. And it was already a time when Marcelo, who is now, of course, celebrating another major anniversary, 40 years of Pro Natura International, when he had already established Pro Natura International and was recognized as one of the leading lights of symbolizing, explaining, and activating the notion of sustainable development that, of course, was popularized and enshrined by the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. So this city and what it gave us has been part of our personal and professional journeys for a very long time. We've been working together for several decades, and we spoke seriously last year at Baku Climate Action Week about how we could bring Baku and Rio, who were both sister cities, together. And how we could, and that's the theme of this conference, how we can revive the spirit of Rio at the time when getting agreement, having consensus, and making political common cause for our common planet has become very challenging. So we're going to be going back to the past, and we're going to revisit, especially for the new generation, the younger generation, that really doesn't have an understanding of just how significant Rio was. Because it came out of the ashes of the Cold War, and it created a new geopolitical consensus that has lasted us for a generation. But now it's in trouble. So we're going to go back to the past, and we're also going to go to the future. And it's very fitting that we're starting this inaugural Rio Climate Action Week in the Museum of Tomorrow, which is, of course, celebrating its 10th anniversary. It wasn't there in 1992. But it has a journey which is coterminous with the Paris Agreement. So I think that this 10th anniversary is a very significant point. We are looking forward to coming back here every year and back in 2030, where we will hopefully be able to speak with one another of the success of the last 5 years. So over the course of the next week, there will be hundreds of activities. We would like to gratefully acknowledge the sponsors, and you will see them on the screen, who have helped make today happen. We would like to thank all of the organizations that have enthusiastically offered to organize events. We've been absolutely blown away. I think Rio has taken people by storm. So first and foremost, our thanks and our gratitude. And we're going to start with a little video which goes back to the past, back to the future. So on that note, just bear with us for a couple of minutes, and then you'll hear from Marcelo again. So thank you very much. Welcome.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
Muito obrigado. Agora eu gostaria de chamar ao palco para abençoar a nossa semana dois grandes líderes indígenas.
Two big leaders, indigenous leaders, Marco Terrena, from many years, a friend of mine, the founder of the Union of the Indigenous Peoples and the creator of the first Indigenous Olympics in the world. And Álvaro Tucano, a thinker, writer, and shaman of the Tucan people. Please come up to the stage to bless us.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Quero cumprimentar
I would like to salute all the organizers, friends, dear friends.
Estamos prontos
And we are always ready, like, to defend the world. I am Álvaro Tucano. I'm a friend of Marcos Terena, and we are here with my big friend, the new leader, spiritual leader, my daughter, plastic artist, and my niece, who is the daughter of Marcos Terena, as the young generation to defend nature, life, and the planet. Our people came here like from the heavens and created here on earth, and they came from Asia, and they came with a canoe like to transform humanity. And then from many years they came here and they got to Bahia, Guanabara Bay, and then they have the sugar loaf, and then in this party they brought our relatives from other peoples that landed with the strength of a lightning on the Gavia rock. And then we have a sanctuary of all these different thoughts, which is the God's Peak, where we have like all the Weskers and leaders of all our ancestors since like the Stone Age. So before Rio 92, in face of all these things that we've mentioned, we are remaining defending the country like from north to south, and the indigenous people defend ecology like from all the corners of the country. And we have to thank the Brazilian state and the Brazilian government, FUNAI, and all the environmentalists for being here.
Kawa kape neba pia kawa kape neba pia kawa yokore kape neba pia kawa 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 Deyo vaya, nobody divaya, marikayo va, yokore, eya, 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 ya, ma. Gratidão, officers.
Gratitude.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marcos Serena. I come from a biome called Pantanal. And I would like to say to you, as it was mentioned before, we have not agreed on anything here. We just met here in Rio. We were with Marcelo. We met you here this morning. And I thank so much for this opportunity. Thank to the big spirit, as he mentioned, that we heard and we feel the strength and the ancestral language from the people. As Tamoios, there were the people that lived here in the Confederation of the Tamoios. We cannot forget where we are now, because this is another biome called Mata Atlântica, but our bases, as Álvaro said, are the waters from Guanabara Bay. The Niterói, Rio de Janeiro, are the waters, the rich waters from this region. Really, 1991, that man called Maurice Strong, he called me in the another biome called Genebra. I have never been there before. It was cold, and he offered me wine. I did not want to drink it, but when he offered me chocolate, then I had some. This means, people, that meeting there, I realized the vision and the concern he had with planet Earth. And his thought met the indigenous concerns that we've always had until today. From one side, the indigenous people rights with the demarcation of our territory, the division of the interests that the biodiversity has, potable water, the mountains, the rivers. We want to share with you. You are part of this process. So there, Rio 92 was born. And I offered him something, because the indigenous people need to know how to negotiate with white men, because white man is smart, but the indigenous people are also intelligent. So I asked him, where will we be in Rio de Janeiro? The same way that we are talking about this event. Where are the ecological wise? Are the Pajés? What do you suggest? He said, I believe we need to build a place there in Rio de Janeiro. But where? So together with Álvaro Tucano, my brother from many fights, we found a place close to Rio de Janeiro, in Jacarepaguá, at the back of an abandoned hospice called Juliano Pereira. And we called our pajé as well, not only the two of us. He went there, he prayed, he got all the serpents and the dangers and the ghosts away. And the pajé called for the tribes that lived here. And then he prayed, he said, okay, let's do it here. So he did a hut there. We built two of them, and we were there. They have never seen an indigenous architecture, all the spiritual knowledge of the indigenous people in practice. He and his wife, Miss Hannah, they were there, and we had nothing else to tell him. He could see how we built that link, and here we are also building an alliance, a bond between us on the behalf for the favor of Mother Earth, because it has to overcome frontiers and language, and this is a very important thing. It has to overcome egos. The biggest danger of these events is something called ego. Oh, I know more, he knows more. No, who knows more is the Mother Earth, is the spirit of the earth. So that's why today we are here. And I will say it again. I didn't expect to be here. They called me on the last minute. I had something to say, but I lost. So I'm improvising here from the bottom of my heart. That's why in the end of my message, I would like, as we heard the blessing from our pajé, so I would like you to look towards the east of this biome here. Mata Atlântica, where we have the sun and the beautiful sky and the strength of the waters. The strength of the waters. We'll talk about climate changes, and we had never had so many catastrophes and floods in our villages because we respect nature's code to live well. That's why we fight for marking our lands, because around our lands they are deforesting everything. And now the serpents came inside the village because there is no land, no forest for it to live. And now, to do one type of agriculture that is not worth it, and that's another problem that Betinho taught us. It's not going to kill the hunger of people. Many people did not have breakfast today. They don't have anything to eat. And in our villages, we don't have this problem. Everybody there has something to eat. So we need to look forward with the commitment. I found Carlos Nobre here, Mr. Carlos Nobre, one of the biggest strategists of Amazon ecology. And I told him, wow, 92, in 92 we planted a seed here. And that lady from England and Marcelo and with Piquet, they are reinventing Rio 92, and the worst, they even brought Maurice Strong here. So we need to make commitments towards the future, following the steps of our ancestors. Blessings to you. Thank you.
Well, difficult to follow an act like that, né? Muito difícil seguir uma cerimônia como essa.
It's difficult to follow an act like that, but they gave us the blessing to go on, so now we'll watch a very short video and go on with our agenda.
What if we could make conservation of the Amazon rainforest more financially attractive than exploitation, where protecting nature safeguards our planet and creates economic opportunities? As the world's largest and most diverse tropical rainforest, the Amazon is vital to our global ecosystem. Supporting millions of people and countless species while regulating the Earth's climate, it is truly the lungs of our planet. Yet it faces unprecedented destruction, and awareness and funding have fallen short. How can we value it more alive than any economic alternative? Welcome to One Amazon, where preservation meets innovation. Our mission is to incentivize the conservation of the Amazon through a trusted, financial regulated nature asset, and reinvest proceeds into projects that advance energy transitions, preserve the natural environment, and support indigenous communities and local businesses. Introducing the One Amazon Coin, a secure nature-based asset backed by 1 hectare of Amazon rainforest preservation for each token minted, with a potential issuance of 750 million tokens, the size of the Amazon biome. The One Amazon coin relies on two critical components. Firstly, blockchain technology provides regulatory security and transparency to investors. And secondly, through validated data gathered from a comprehensive Internet of Forest network that monitors the health and biome activity of the Amazon. Made possible by blockchain technologies, the One Amazon coin is a secure digital real-world asset that is to be regulated by the SEC and backed by multi-decade land contracts. It is globally transactable, fully regulated, and transparent to protect investors and ensure market integrity. Investors in One Amazon coin hold fungible digital tokens representing a share of our preservation efforts and benefit from token value appreciation and potential dividends from the One Amazon investment vehicle. Datafying nature enables the market to price each token accurately. The One Amazon Internet of Forests will be the first large-scale initiative to deploy an IoT mesh network with remote sensing and federated AI for real-time biodiversity monitoring and precise data-driven conservation. Each hectare will be equipped with multiple sensors, creating a comprehensive mesh network supported by drones and satellites that will monitor environmental conditions. Scientific data from our network is verified by federated artificial intelligence machine learning, then packaged and delivered to users with real-time tiered access, keeping investors informed about the health of the Amazon rainforest and their investments. This unprecedented transparency fosters confidence, trust, and engagement. Insights from our Internet of Forest network will also allow rapid response to unauthorized activities and contribute extensively to global environmental databases for climate modeling and scientific initiatives in preservation and ecology. By drawing on the knowledge of ancestral communities, working with local NGOs, and through land preservation agreements with the Amazonian governments, we are targeting deforestation with over 50 million hectares already committed. But it doesn't stop there. Our scalable concept can tokenize the entire Amazon rainforest and is adaptable to other threatened biomes globally. The One Amazon investment vehicle aims to lead in for-profit ESG impact investing without the greenwashing and political biases. 85% of the value of the sale of the token remains in the country where the security was originated. These funding initiatives deliver measurable environmental and social benefits and include investments in sustainable infrastructure, forest connectivity, reforestation, and many more. Investors may profit from potential price appreciation of the security digital asset and may receive dividends from the One Amazon investment vehicle that token holders have a stake in. Through DAO voting, we empower the community to influence project and initiative selection, ensuring that every decision aligns with shared values, and to make meaningful choices that help preserve the planet through financial markets. One Amazon, where profit meets purpose and what if becomes reality.
I would like to highlight a very important point. I did not prepare anybody for this video that was shown because I would like to say something now. And after myself, there will be a session talking about some topics about this. And afterwards, we will have a very special video that will add a blessing to this project after a few years working in this sector that today we call sustainability. The term was done almost 10 years after we have started our work with some professors that are now with us. This is the big first asset based on the market that reaches the goals of real preservation. It's a new coin, a very well-structured project with a global scale. And what makes me most proud is that it was created by a Brazilian that is here with us today. He was the one that created that, and he has worked God knows how many years and what difficulties he has faced as a pioneer. And I would like to just share with you what I believe is a pioneer, because, and for all the other pioneers that are here, can you imagine 1,000 cowboys riding, going towards the gold mines at the time that they had this run for gold in the States? How can you see which one of the cowboys is the most pioneer one? The one that has more arrows in his back because he is the one that went forward. Being a pioneer, you pay the price for that. So this is I would like to honor our dear friend Denise, and we'll have a blessing very well structured towards this project. I would like to call here now our dear Secretary, Sérgio, please. Is our Secretary for the State for Mines and Energy, a friend from many decades, and Salvar, which in my opinion is the man that has communicated to the young people that has translated this topic, because you see that the white hairs here created the problems and the young people are the ones to solve it. Gonçalo. Here he is. I'm sorry. You are used to this whole thing. I'm come from the countryside. I apologize for my mistakes. This is a dear friend, a fighter for many decades. Today we have many silver hairs here today with us. So I would like to invite them three to make their comments of 3 to 5 minutes each.
Yes, indeed, there needs to be more women on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few words from some very exceptional Brazilians, and we've invited you here. Please do take a seat. Please take your seats, ideally underneath your photos. Thank you very much. It's all designed that way. It is all designed that way. So Marcelo and I will sit in between them, and we would just invite them to offer a few words of welcome and reflection. We have a very busy morning, and I would like to keep on English time, but I'm very challenged by today. So I will step in from time to time to make sure that we're trying to stick to the time order. So this really is an opportunity for us to hear from you. We have also quite an exceptional video statement, which we're going to be hearing from. Marcelo will introduce that. But why don't I take my seat over there, and then we would invite you to please say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here. Marcelo, thank you for the invitation. And I must say that I began hearing about Rio 92, talking to you, and that was a long time ago. So we have all the dinosaurs that you've mentioned. I would like to thank Piquet for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm here on behalf of the Energy Secretariat from the state of Rio de Janeiro. And it was a secretariat that was created in January. I especially like to deal with this topic of energy, but focusing on sustainability. So before I begin talking about the actions of the secretariat, I'd like to congratulate for the homage, for the blessing given by Álvaro Tucano and Marcos Terena. Very insightful and beautiful. It was a pleasure. So, Marcelo, you opened when I was coming here, like the museum, and I had this call to action, and this is precisely what we must focus on. And here I quote Voltaire. So when a man argues like the nature acts, so we must move. So we have all the means, and talking about Rio de Janeiro, like to lead this energy transition. So in Rio de Janeiro, many of you maybe do not know, but Rio produces 90% of all the oil, all the petroleum in the country, 80% of the natural gas. But one important data that it's important to highlight is that the petroleum produced in Brazil is one of the most decarbonized in the world. So we have a footprint of around 15 kilos of CO2 per barrels. Some new fields in the pre-salt are 6 kilos of CO2 per barrels. In the world, it's like 20, 25, almost 30. So what is our challenge? To use our resources that we have today, but at the same time produce them in a more sustainable and renewable way. And then there are many actions that we've developed in the Secretariat of Energy. And I would like to highlight natural gas is also like a fuel of transition, even though it's fossil, but it pollutes a lot less than diesel and coal. And it's important as the thermoelectrics to ensure power that will enable us like to move forward in renewables like solar, wind. So we are very much concerned about it. And also it's important like to highlight that Rio de Janeiro is the second biggest producer of biogas and biomethane, which is an interchangeable source of energy with natural gas. So it's an important resource for the decarbonization of like heavy loads. We do have an important project that it's already in operation that we call like the sustainable hallways in the Dutra roadway. So we have like many gas stations. It's a partnership with the manufacturers and the state working quite well. And before I came here, I saw a statistic that 2022 to 2024, the number of trucks using like natural gas more than double. So it's important to know that the transportation is an important source of CO2 emissions. We are addressing solutions for this segment. Well, should I continue? So I have a lot to talk about. And okay, I will return. Thank you. So today, I believe this is, as Terena mentioned at the beginning, of like stories and friendships. So those who are here today have a very strong relationship with everything that is happening, and where resilience and perseverance and the union and collaboration are the components for this opportunity for us like to have a good COP, and then we can cross the border that becomes more difficult. So talking about friendship, I am here, Marcelo is here as well. So in 1986, we participated, I was invited by Marcelo like to participate in an expedition. We were very young doctors, and we met at the hospital, and we went to this expedition in the Andes that lasts 20 days up in the mountains, and we have this research. It was an adventure. We are sports people, and coming back, we moved to the countryside in the Midwest, in the Pantanal, and we saw all the power of our lands. And there, Marcelo founded Pro Natura. That is, today, 40 years later, I found Osklin, and then we had other institutes. So a lifestyle connected to nature, maybe like looking with a generous look to it, but a strong vision. And here we are celebrating like a Rio 92, and for sure like the most important conference at the end of last century to introduce in the new millennium. And then from then on, like this thinking, way of thinking of like sustainable development touched us, many of us, and we left the utopia of conservationism and social development, and on the other hand is the development, social development and the commitment to the environment and society was the big change factor. I was young then, and we were touched by what Mauricio Strong presented along with all his peers. And then we had the continuation. So Rio de Janeiro, spiritually speaking, with everything that surrounds it, like nature and our society and the people who lives here and has always lived here. So Rio de Janeiro is symbolically speaking, even more embraced by the Christ the Redeemer, is a humanist symbologist, and we have like the Tijuca forest, like the biggest urban forest in the world. So Rio de Janeiro deserves to be always reminded as the place where the history of civilization, our civilization, there was like a point of light that shine all over the world and brought us to where we are with all this power that we have. So from Rio 92 on, like the 90s, so then we had like the Carta da Terra, an important moment like the Convention of Biodiversity, the Kyoto Protocol, the Agenda 21 guides along with this way of thinking that helped us and formed this capacity to communicate, and I used it in fashion because fashion is a protagonist as much as the arts, theaters, cinema, literature, of like a transformation of the society. And besides, is using fashion, we have the possibility to work with the young ones, and this recognition is important in terms of transformation. So fashion has something else important. It's not only as like the main player of like social behavior in the society, but also like to act. And because we work with materials, we transform materials, the natural resources, in objects of desire and objects of development, and if they are sustainable, even better. So Rio Plus 20 had the opportunity, I had the opportunity to meet Monitor Strong, and we showed him our work 20 years later, and for the past 5-6 years, and he was my tutor. With great pleasure, lots of exchanges. So this homage here means precisely that we have to move forward. And thank you very much, Piquet, Cristiano, Marcelo, for the invitation. Thank you very much.
So I just wanted to thank you so much for starting with the history of both of you. Because in a sense, Rio Climate Action Week is about the friends of Marcelo. There are so many in this room, and it is in recognition of the 4 decades that you have spent, Marcelo, in inspiring and working and co-creating action. So you mentioned also the Kyoto Protocol. That was 1997. That was COP3. That was my first COP. So COP3, it was another age. It was another age. We were young then, and it's interesting to have the oldies here because we're going to have the young people afterwards. And you will also be in 20 years' time, you will be old. You will be over here in our shoes. So I just wanted to add that because this really is about looking back and honoring the people who went before us. So we're going to hear a lot more about Maurice. We're going to have further reminiscences. We're going to hear from Hannah, who's given a wonderful statement. But before we do, I'd like to recognize Gonzalo Munoz. And Gonzalo, it's so important for us to have you here because Gonzalo, of course, is something called the High-Level Champion, the UNFCCC Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP25. And today we are honored to be hearing from 4 high-level champions. COP25 and COP27, of course, Dr. Mahmoud Mohildin. We'll hear from Dan Yoshpe for COP30, and we'll hear from Nigar Al-Padarai, COP29 later on. But I think you were the first high-level champion from Latin America. So this is very significant. This is the first Climate Action Week. It's a very different model of mobilization and action. So I'd love to hear a few words from you. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Melanie. I'm going to shift to Portuguese, so hope that I don't mess into the English speaking, neither to the translators with my poor Portuguese. Mas eu estou muito feliz também de ser parte da turma dos amigos do Marcelo.
Happy to be part of the Marcelo's friends. This is really cool.
Obrigado, Marcelo. Obrigado,
Thank you very much, Marcelo, Madini, Piquet. I think, and I really like the way that you you presented, and you say that we are going to open a week, like a climate week, an event with such and such characteristics, and we have to talk about the NGCs and the new climate fund goal. So we are coming in a different way. So we I want to get into the same topic and take us back like to the 80s. And I like, Oscar, that you mentioned the 80s, and on the video we had the connection between the Stockholm summit, but after the Stockholm summit, so things turned a little bit sour, and we got into the worst time of the Cold War. And what happened during that time that not too many people know, but it was beautiful. Like the risk that humanity during the 80s was to have one of the two biggest powers in the world, the United States and the Soviet Union, like pushing the nuclear button. That was a real risk. We were under this tension, this concern. Are they going to push the button? And then, like, we created many different initiatives. One that I had the privilege to follow was the Planetary Initiative. It was not the time of like mobile phones and WhatsApp or social media, no. It was like telex and like phone calls. And the inspiration was, well, let's connect the souls, like the minds of people, so we could influence and the leaders so they would never push that button. So as a miracle, that didn't happen. Wonderful story. And that inspired Gorbachev. Gorbachev was inspired by the movement of the Lech Walesa in Poland, and he was inspired by Martin Luther King, and Martin Luther King was inspired in the Rosa Parks. So how one action of a woman, and at that moment that decided not to sit on that designed seat that she was authorized because she was a black woman, that inspired like a global effect that changed history. I want to say that because our elephant in the room is our reality. So the world is in a very brutal crisis that obviously has expressed this in multilateralism and a lot of difficulties to deliver a geopolitical situation like horrible. But fundamentally speaking, I want to understand that what we have is ideology of topics that shouldn't be under ideology. So care should not have like ideology, compassion neither. So friendship neither. Empathy should not be ideological. So I want to talk about like the logic of care. And here I want to send a message to all Brazilians. You must care for COP. So COP, be it in Belém, as we hope it will be, it must be cared by all of us, like for the good of COP, for the good of Brazil and the world, to allow us, Brazilians or anyone else in the world, like fighting for the COP. So we must care for it. And you're calling to action. I want to understand that this action should be science-based. I like to be here in the Museum of Tomorrow with ethic, with a financial alignment. We must align society and the financial world. So this way, like the political world will be aligned. The same thing that happened in the 80s, that what we launched as a message, that actions like for care are the best business than destructive actions. This is the main goal. Thank you.
So thank you very much, gentlemen. We have another statement which we're going to share with you, and you may wish to take your seats so that you can relish the experience fully. Marcelo, would you like to do the honors and introduce the next speaker?
Bom, nós ouvimos aqui falar de
We talk about multilateralism and collaboration, and Gonzalo highlighted that what we are talking about, our topic for this week, doesn't fit in ideologism. So selfishness of the ego, geopolitical, different from what we need to save our own species. In 86, 87, in Kew Gardens, one of our first board members, the biggest botanical in the world, surprised in a board meeting that was discussing how men were destroying the planet Earth with the following statement: I do not agree. And I asked him, and I said, Professor Ian, what do you don't agree with? That the man is destroying planet Earth. Planet Earth is a much bigger live being than anyone living in its surroundings. So we human beings, we are destroying the possibility for our life in this planet. So when we will succeed and vanish from the Earth, so the planet will spin twice and we'll forget that we existed, as it has happened before, and it will happen once again. So we are talking about the survival of our own species and others. And in this next video is a video that will show something that not too many people know. It's one side of a geopolitical structure that very confused, very messy at this time, and that makes an affirmation and supports one of the most genius things that I've seen. So I want to have this bond, this connection between this video that you will see, and you will see this immediate connection with the video that you saw of the One Amazon, one of the most ingenious solutions that I've seen, because we have like a scale for the solution. I'm not going to give any spoiler of our next speaker, and you will understand immediately what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address you all today on behalf of the White House at the opening of the Rio Climate Week. Though I regret not being physically with you today, I want to express my warmest congratulations and my sincere wishes for a success of this important gathering. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, the United States government is advancing bold action on the environment. We're issuing clean water and clean air initiatives and achieving resilient communities, improving that environmental stewardship and sustainable economic growth must reinforce one another. We encourage and support all genuine preservation efforts, whether driven by the governments or by serious NGOs or by innovative market-based solutions. One inspiring example is Rodrigo Velosa's One Amazon, which demonstrates how finance and technology can align to value proper and more alive aspects than any non-sustainable alternative. I know Rodrigo is with you today, and his leadership and vision are an example of the kind of bold thinking the world needs today. But let me leave you with a personal concern that I have, and that is we're going to these meetings and talking about the problems with climate change, but in reality, we're missing the mark. There are tens of thousands of toxic waste dumps that were gone unmanaged, unmonitored, and unmitigated. There's landfills that are continuing to pollute. There's innovative technologies that eliminate the need for landfills. We have sewage treatment plants that are malfunctioning. There are new innovative technologies that eliminate the need for these malfunctioning systems. And that's where our focus should be. Yes, I understand that there are some impacts of climate over time, but the impacts of climate today are the ones that we should be concerned about. The lack of water, the droughts in sub-Saharan Africa are creating a mass migration never seen in the world, in history. We have to resolve that. People want to stay in their villages and stay with their friends and family, and we have to bring water to them instead of them migrating and seeking the survivability of places that have drinkable water. That should be our focus. The impacts of climate change, not the threats of climate change. I serve as the advisor, the environmental advisor of the president. I've been doing this for 25 years, just with him. But I also serve as Chief Executive Officer and President of the Florida Keys Environmental Coalition. We responsible for the protection of 34 endangered species in a national marine sanctuary in the middle of a migratory superhighway. I know first class the impacts of climate change. I know the impacts of pollution, and the impacts of pollution are the critical problem in all of this. We have to clean up the messes that we made and stop pollution at its source. As the poem goes, it's better to build a stout fence around the edge of a cliff than an ambulance down in the valley. Stop the pollution at its source. We have countries that are using our oceans as a garbage dump. We have to stop that. That's where the focus should be. Stopping pollution at its source. If we're going to make a difference, that's the difference we have to make. Things are worse than most people know. But the solutions to these problems are also very, very exciting. We know what the problems are. We've identified the solutions. We certainly have the money. What's lacking is leadership. And that's what we're all here to discuss today. Best of luck, everybody. Enjoy Brazil. Bye-bye.
We are full of surprises. I hope you enjoyed that. And that gives you a taste of how Rio Climate Action Week and London Climate Action Week are very different, because we are very fiercely independent, we are very fiercely non-partisan, we are very fiercely non-ideological, because we think that these issues, as one of the speakers at the very beginning said, they're beyond nationalisms, and they're beyond flags. So on that note, I'd like to share with you another voice from the United States. And it's a very different voice. And you've heard her name many times. It's Hannah. It's Hannah Strong. So we have a video coming up with Hannah's message. And we asked Hannah this question: what would Maurice do? Her reflections on the architect of the Rio Earth Summit and modern challenges. And of course, as I know, because I also have an amazing partner with me, my husband, Nick Maybe, and my professional partner, Marcelo de Andrade, that it takes partnership. And of course, Hannah and Maurice had a very strong partnership. So of course, he's no longer with us, but it's very important to listen to her reflections as we go into the next session. So thank you very much.
If Maurice Strong was alive now, he would tell you that what we do or fail to do will determine our future. Caring about the whole world, not just his individual little family. Always bringing young people into the picture. And he always, whenever he set up a UN agency or project, he would always have 50% women and 50% men. He's one of the early people to bring women into major positions in the UN. Climate change. If we are to prevent the worst from happening, we're going to have to restore Mother Earth. We're going to have to restore the damaged ecosystems. The deforesting, the mining, all these fracking and all these horrible things we've done to Mother Earth, we have to restore those sites. We're counting on you, young people. We're counting on you. Come forward. Join us. What are these young people going to do? Why not take this training? You will work in nature. You will do something to prevent the catastrophic climate change. you will take the future into your hands and prevent the worst of the worst. To train 500 master trainers from every corner of the world that can train in return millions and millions of young people. Come forth and receive the training. Please, please, please do your best to learn how to restore Mother Earth in a gentle way. We don't want any big bulldozers in there. It has to be gentle. And you have to absolutely tap into her energy, because you have to do it in partnership with her. She's the only one that knows how to do it. So you look at it, we are looking for partners, old and new. So come forward if you want to work with us, and let's just get together and restore Mother Earth together.
Ele inspirou todos nós durante tantos anos. E em 2005 nós jantamos juntos em São Francisco, no Dia da Terra, com Al Gore e o Jeff Seabright. E ele me disse uma coisa: eu vou me autoexilar na China, porque se a China pegar esse tema.
Because if we had a dinner together in San Francisco in 2005, and we talked about China. China cannot be isolated because it's part of it. So he went there, and I was there 3 weeks ago, and I'm very impressed with what they are doing. He's collaborating with us. So again, a world without politics, without frontiers. So I would like to invite Winston Fritz to share with us some very important words that, in my opinion, he will be talking about a topic that is the biggest deliverable our country will have in COP30 in Brazil. He's a financial genius and financial architect as I have never seen. Thank you so much for your gentle words. I met Maurice Strunk when he was still with black hair in the decade of the 80s. And she was talking about calling the young people, but then she opened for the old people as well, so I felt more at free. I remember meeting Maurice in Geneva back then, and my impression was of a good man. A good man is the one that talks the same way with every man, with a state person, with somebody on the street, with any other person. He would talk as man to man, as a human being. We could immediately feel a friend of him, even without knowing him at first. And it was very good. And afterwards, because he was also a very fervent champion of multilateralism. That has a lot to do with the climate issue, because climate is the last frontier of multilateralism. And I will talk a little more about that later on. I don't have a lot of time, so I will go into this point because I believe it's key. The climate problem is not something that can be treated separately. With a ton of CO2 in Shanghai or Rio is the same. So this makes us having to deal with the problem in a very intelligent way. It's an economical problem fundamentally, and there is a lot of ways that economies can deal with that, with the intervention from the government, the price of carbon, etc. But the most complicated issue is coordination. The most important way of dealing with that is to create a system that do not need a right to get it, because it's very important for us to push that we do not push the problem to another one. So this is a big problem, and things can only happen well if everybody sits in the same table. And the first one that got a Nobel Prize, it was an American with the Swedish name, that showed this in a very practical examples how the local people would coordinate action sitting together. But when we have a lot of people, it's difficult. This was possible after the post-war because everybody wanted peace, and the United Nations, as you know, had 40-some members back then. So there was a coordination, the United Nations was created, and has fallen. Now there is no world leadership, so now our United Nations has over 200 countries, so it's not so easy to work, and it's very important that we have incentives. And Brazil is presenting now, and I will center in this one because I'm very inspired by the people that has opened our conference today. The original people from Brazil is the STF, the TFF site, which is the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, which is an initiative from Brazil to preserve tropical forests all over the world, supported by many countries, and the supports that will be destined to the countries that have this kind of forest, 20% of these will be sent to the original people that live in these countries. And this is something that was presented by Brazil. The World Bank supports it. It's not a joke. It's serious, and very intelligent financial mechanism are trying to lower the price of private investments, because without that there is no climate transition. Because if you get money from the state money, the private, and up to the reasonable limit, there is a huge gap that can only be financed by private agencies. And that's what this agency does, ask for help from different countries to make this capital cheaper that will come 80% to the private sector. This is the big challenge, but I'm very confident that this will happen. Will be very important for the preservation of forests, will help us a lot. It will kill our enemy, I will say that, because the climate and ecology will be helped at the same time. Because these forests are not only the lungs for the world, but it's the house, the habitat of many species. So I would like to thank my friend Marcelo for reminding us about our friend Maurice Strong. He was very dear to my heart, and to point to this window of hope. Please support our agency, the STF, because I believe it's an initiative that will be very important. We would like to ask for a family photo of everybody that was in the first session. Let's please take a picture of everybody that participated. Everybody that was in the stage at some time.
We would also like to recognize that we have the COP30 high-level champion who's just joined us, Dan Yoshpe. Dan, please join us. Dr. Mahodin, please join us, our speakers, our partners, our sponsors, speakers, moderators, those of you who are there, as quickly as possible, please, because we are eating into the ever-patient Anna's session. As you'll see from the backdrop behind us, we would like to recognize all of our sponsors here, and in particular our venue sponsors. So we're just coming now. So, at breathtaking speed, we are going to continue. We have our next session. This is our first formal panel discussion. And I'd like to please call to the stage the moderator, and that is Ana Luisa, who is going to come and moderate and introduce her panel's speakers itself. But of course, Ana Luisa, fantastic that you've come here all the way from New York for Rio Climate Action Week. She's a very well-known and respected Brazilian journalist and broadcaster, and we couldn't be in better hands for this session. Thank you so much, Ana.
Uhul! Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. It's a big pleasure to be able to moderate the first session of Rio Climate Action Week. It's entitled How the Summit of 92 was done and its relevance to us today. 33 years ago, during the Summit 92, Louis Strong and his team showed the world what it means to have a visionary leadership. They got together not only governments, but created a space where scientists, young people, indigenous people, and business leaders, together with the civil society, were able to meet together and make bonds, and with that build a true environmental architecture that lasts for over 30 decades. But right now, we need to acknowledge that we live in an inflection point. And the bases that were launched in 92 were revolutionary, but the challenges from 2025 are without precedent. The climate changes are not a threat in the distance anymore. They are a present emergency and are changing our life, our economies, and our future. Therefore, this week is not a week of conferences anymore. It's an urgent call for new strategies, new alliances, and new ways for us to show our courage. If Louis Strong was able to build the architecture, now it's up to us to renew it, to have a really retrofit, to strengthen its pillars and to strengthen its doors, to make sure that it will be good for the generations that will inherit the earth. Therefore, with this spirit, I would like to invite you all to hear very attentively to the voices that will come to this stage. People that were in the beginning of this journey, together with Maurice Strong, and that can can share their lessons and also offer solutions to the challenges of this new era. So together now we'll begin. I have the honor and would like to call to the stage the real climate champions. Please, Mr. Paulo Potassi, Mr. Carlos Nobre, and Marcelo Andrade.
Marcelo will be with us in a short while. He is giving an interview. Paulo Protásio. I'd like to begin with you and ask you how. So please tell us, how was it to be there and be part of all this history of the construction of the environmental movement and Rio 92? And also, please let us know what is the relevance of what was discussed then and signed then for the current days. So good morning, everyone. Almost good afternoon. But the most important thing that we can say is about Maurice Strong. So he kind of surprised the whole world. So his surprise was, for me, something that was not expected, I thought, when I came to be the president of the Commercial Association in Rio de Janeiro, and we thought that Rio de Janeiro should be the example and had this important duty. The Minister of International Affairs at that time was my friend, and then he said, well, I will make all calendars available to you for the next years. And among the events, there was one called the United Nations Environmental Encounter, and I asked myself, what did that mean? So the truth came to us in a very spontaneous way, and then we came after it, and we found out that there was the meeting had been called 20 years before that for the same Maurice Strong, in a combination that what the future could expect. And then we went to and we thought about having that meeting in Rio de Janeiro, because here was the Commercial Association, and that's where I was beginning to set up my calendar. And more important than that is that Rio at that time, it was difficult due to safety in the city. So there were a lot of kidnappings and stuff. So Rio didn't have this flair for that to happen, you know. And so the president decided to make it happen in Rio de Janeiro. So Collor made the decision, and he put me as the executive director of the meeting. So he gave me a house in Jardim Botânico, and there was something there called telex, you know. So if you remember what telex is, please raise your hand. And telex has a sound, a constant sound. It goes like tapping, 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 as a typewriter machine. And the most important thing is that it didn't stop, not day, not night. So, and the telex was there saying, oh, yes, I will go. Where am I going to? So Maurice Strong, the same thing, the same way he surprised us, he surprised the world, because he finished his term, but he did not wait for 20 years. He just begun doing his things, you know, and he invited the whole entire world to come. So federal government did not have funds, did not have no way to have any revenue allocated for that. And the meeting was going to happen in Rio Centro, and more than that, it was a closed meeting, only with the red passport, only the countries. So how could we have all these good people, extraordinary people that were already convinced? And then I met Maurice Strong under these circumstances, and I had to tell him no, that the government did not have the capacity to receive the meeting here. And when I went to talk to him, we did not even have we only had a proposal, that something was going to happen. So then he went to he found his own place. So how can you do that in an organized way in a city like ours? How can you bring value of everything that was going to be put on the table for discussion? So the only way that we had was to go to Brazil and say that we had to do. I was about to quit. It was not my function. It was a diplomatic role. I was a businessman. So the end of the situation was Paulo, you stay and you find a solution. And how did we find a solution for that? And a dinner that we had at the Gloria Hotel. So we almost stop it, the negotiations. And then he came back and he said, well, let's try to do it again. And the action was, so who is going to pay the bill? How we are going to do it? And we decided to separate things, like the official on one side, and we decided to find a place. So we had the governor and the mayor, and they gave us the Flamengo Park. Who was there? So we made a difference. And Savati said here, so that was the moment where all the friends and we began thinking about making this big difference, and we were placing our bets. The most important thing for us was that not only was it was a very deep and profound mobilization, and all mobilization was plenty of content. So even the mayor that followed the mayor that we had at that time, there was a new governor and the new president and new mayor. There was a big political shift, and we had to promote this action, combining with a common agreement and build the bridge. And this extraordinary change happened. So the DNA that we have today is what happened then. So we can not have any more surprises. We must have a firm and clear pathway. Everything that has been mentioned was not only possible, but it's mostly needed. And what we must do is not only possible, it's absolutely necessary. And more than that, within this procedure, we cannot stop. I'm a businessman, and we had to carry on with the discussions. Our will was to have a place for that conversation, and created that place for the conversation. And we had some important players, and including our founders. And he gave me a swatch, a green swatch, and it was rechargeable using solar power. And the most incredible thing is that we continued. When I leave this place here today, I'll go to São Paulo to a meeting with IETA, International Emissions Trading Association, created by me. I was the very first president of that. So in Switzerland, we organized more than 300 global organizations. On Friday, next Friday, on the 29th, we will be together with the Ministry of Planning and other places in the municipality of Rio de Janeiro, discussing the bio-oceanography, to have a different way. And Brazil cannot be just thinking that this is just the Atlantic. It's bi-oceanic. And more than that, it has this action as immediate command. So we cannot stop now. It's an ever-ending beginning. Congratulations, Paulo, for your actions. And you were so ingenious in the past, and good that Mauricio Strong did not accept your dismissal. Carlos, now the floor is yours. So the scientific community has been warning the world about this tipping point, the point of no return in the Amazons, how the global governance can act in a practical way to prevent this collapse and protect the biggest biome in the country, in the world. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. Before talking about the Amazon, let me just remind you that the honor that I had 13 years ago with José Roberto Marinho, Piquet, invited me to the group that designed this beautiful Museu do Amanhã. I'm not an engineer of civil construction, but they brought me like to talk about climate change, and I brought the risk of the ocean like next to us, like to rise, and they agreed. And then we built it almost like 2 meters high. And I was quite happy, because if we don't fight climate change up to 2100, like the oceans will rise more than 2 meters. So I feel quite content, so that the Museum of Tomorrow is what it is and what it represents and how it was built. But let me answer your question. In fact, the Amazon forest is very, very close of the point of no return. And we call that because the synergistic interaction between the deforestation, the degradation, fires, and the global warming, which is generating all these climate extreme events all over the world, and also in the Amazon, especially the droughts. Last year, we had the historic drought. In the old days, we used to have like a natural drought every other 20 years associated with the El Niño in the Pacific equatorial systems. But now we had 4 droughts, extremes, 2005, 10, 15, 16, and the record drought 23, 24. So this interaction of the global warming with droughts and heat waves and deforestation and the replacement of the forest with pastures, including the soy plantations. So there is this recycling of water that is much smaller. The forest, during the dry season, the forest recycles 3-4 times more water than pasture or soy. And what is the outcome? So the result is that the Amazon, from the Atlantic up to Bolivia and Colombia and Peru, the dry season of 2.5 meaning it's longer, it's lasting for a longer period than 45 years ago. 1 week per decade. In the southeast of like the Amazon, Mato Grosso and Pará, this is the only place where a tropical forest became a coal source. What does it mean? Is that globally, all the biomes, especially the forests, remove 1/3 of all CO2 that we throw up in the atmosphere with fossil fuel burnings, deforestation, cattle rising. So if it was not this ecosystemic service of all the biomes and forests, we would have made the planet to go above 2.5 degrees. This is the natural phenomenon. When we have more CO2 in the atmosphere, the photosynthesis increases. This is the natural. But in the south of Pará and north of Mato Grosso, Since 2010 until now, the forest is losing more carbon than it removes, and the mortality of birds, and half of the Amazon, like southeast, and many other places in the center west, until Amapá and the French Guiana. I only want to mention to you the huge risk, because the Amazon is on the verge of the point of no return. Many studies show that if we continue with the deforestation in the whole Amazon has reached 18%. Degraded areas went over like 30%. And if we continue and global warming goes above 2 degrees, there is no way to save the Amazon. It will like self-degrade, and in a recent study that we published last year says that if we do not stop deforestation and degradation, and if we do not we cannot let the temperature goes above 2 degrees on the planet. The Amazon will self-degrade in 30 to 50 years. Up to 70% of the forest will self-degrade and will become an ecosystem that we call like a savanna. You know, it seems like a tropical savanna in the Cerrado, but the Cerrado has a huge biodiversity. The Cerrado has this huge amount of carbon. So it seems like the Cerrado, but it's overly degraded. And that will put up to 2100, more than 250 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. So the Amazon stores more than 150 billion in carbon, making it impossible like to keep the temperature up to 1.5 degrees, and we will lose the biggest diversity on the planet. So the Amazon, we know 13% of all the plants and animals, and a huge risk, as if you have not seen it before, but science is calling our attention, even here to Rio Fiocruz, and in Belém, Evandro Chagas. For decades, they've been mapping virus in the Amazons have become zoonoses, virus that can become like an epidemic for us humans. For many decades, they've mapped 48 zoonoses. 2 of them became epidemics. So the Maiaro fever, which is more in the Amazon area, and the Oropouche fever that actually reached a lot of different places in the country, including the state of Espírito Santo. So it's a huge risk. If we go beyond the point of no return in the Amazon, we will throw this huge amount of carbon dioxide, and we will generate many epidemics, and science has shown us like pandemics. 2 of those zoonoses that Fiocruz and Evandro Chagas mapped are transmissible, such as the COVID-19, like from human to human. And I know that I'm running out of time for the first answer, but I want to say that one more ecosystemic service in the evolution of the Amazon forest. The Amazon forest, I was a scientist that I was there in 1987, 88, with an experiment that we measure the amount of vapor that comes to the Atlantic and the Amazon basin, how much it returns to the Atlantic due to the discharge, and how much it comes back. And 40% of all the water leaves the Amazon. Is the main reason that feeds like the rain in the Cerrado and the south of the country, 15% of the rain in the southeast. And we saw, so this study that dates back a few years, but in 2006 we called them like the floating rivers. So these floating rivers, they feed more than 50% of the rain in the Cerrado, 35% in the Atlantic forest, in Paraná, Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and the north part of Argentina. So this is another service of the Amazon forest, which is unique. And if we go beyond the point of no return, Cerrado will become like desert. So the Atlantic forest in the south will become a savannas, heavily degraded. I'm just mentioning that just to say that we cannot let the Amazon go over the point of no return. And so we have to stop deforestation, degradation, and fire, and create, as it was mentioned before in the video, so and a huge reforestation. So we launched on the COP28. So we launched like the arch of reforestation. So Brazil wants to save 240,000 square kilometers between now and 2050, 2.6 thousand kilometers. This is the Brazilian Amazon. We must restore more than 500,000 kilometers in the Amazon, and also not let the planet to go above 2 degrees of global warming. And then we can talk about the COP. Thank you. All right, so you heard like alarming the forecast, so that's why this is the time for action. But now we'll call for the discussion Felix Stock, who is a writer, activist, and a futurologist who was very close to Maurice Strong, especially for his during his last days.
Can you hear us? All right. All right, I'm so happy that you're here with us today. I was with you at the UN last month on your boat launch. It is great to have you here. And I'm going to start by asking you, can you share a little bit with us what's going on with the world right now, and what's going to be needed for the international community to take great strides forward in dealing with the climate crisis?
I will try my best. I'd also like to thank Malini for all the work that she's done. And it's also so good to hear others on their work with Maurice in this session and the previous sessions. I had the pleasure of working with Maurice on the 2012 book, Only One Earth, The Long Road via Rio +20 to Sustainable Development. And clearly it's longer than we thought it was going to be. 2015, 10 years ago, we had one of the most significant years for sustainable development, with agreement on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including the SDGs and, of course, the Paris Agreement. Both are based on the huge work that Maurice Strong did in his life, raising the issue of climate change in the 1972 Stockholm Environment Conference, and with other members of the Brundtland Commission, giving the vision which underpinned the 1992 Earth Summit, which, of course, he was Secretary General for. Maurice Strong saw the limits of the intergovernmental process, and the 9 chapters of Agenda 21 gave the rights and responsibilities of key stakeholders in society. And to underpin this, he also envisioned the Earth Charter, which I heard other people mentioning as well, as a real ethical basis for our life on Earth and one of the unfinished businesses of the 92 Earth Summit. He really wanted to ensure this would be put together through a broad multi-stakeholder and multicultural process of consultation and drafting. COP30 will build on this with the Global Ethical Stocktake Initiative, which I am really happy Brazil is leading on. Commenting on a previous question, what could we have done differently in 1992? I think we could have, in the Framework Convention, identified the key sectors that needed to be addressed, and advanced adaptation targets and mitigation targets as far back as the late 1990s. I think that was a crucial mistake that we made. So what is happening in the world, and what does the international community need to do? We are in one of the most politically unstable periods since the end of the Cold War, and this has in a large part been created by the largest superpower, which we heard from earlier in this session, in the previous session, which is pursuing policies that will ensure we will not be able to keep to the global temperature under 1.5 degrees. We can already see the results of not addressing the causes of climate change early enough or bold enough. The extreme weather that is increasing in frequency and intensity, and we're seeing this through the rise of sea levels, through extreme weather events and heat waves and droughts. We're also seeing it through an increased species loss. There's insufficient progress on emissions. We've got the US promoting drill, baby drill policies. The emissions from fossil fuels will remain a primary driver, and investment in new fossil fuels must stop. So what are we going to do? Well, we need to strengthen climate commitments. We need nations to be bolder as they set their NDCs and more aggressive. We need shorter time horizons for the targets so that we can be clear that we're on the way dealing with 1.5. COP30 needs to outline a clear path for a just and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. 2028 will be the next global stocktake, and the commitments must go beyond mitigation to strengthen climate resilience, especially for vulnerable countries. Overseas development aid will fall this year, and the money that has gone to fund defense has principally come in the European countries from reducing overseas development aid. We must remember that by 2030, governments must fulfill their 300 billion, and beyond that, we have by 2035 the need for developed countries to, through public and private sources, get to the 1.3 trillion. We need to identify the way to do that, and the Baku to Berlin roadmap is a critical part of that. We need to accelerate clean transition, energy transitions. And if the US isn't going to be part of that, maybe the European Union needs to work with the basic groups to enable that process to accelerate and for us to make it possible to help developing countries in their transitions. We need to enhance international cooperation and support multilateralism. This time is a really important time for the UN to focus on multilateralism and for us to help. COP30 will be crucial for fostering global commitments and collective action. We need to enhance the approach that Brazil is taking with other COPs in the future, where the Blue Zone can be an accelerator for implementation. As we approach COP30, I am unfortunately reminded of the words of Martin Luther King. Over the bleached bones of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, "Too late." Let it not be too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felix, so much for your participation. Yes, we need a lot of things and we are going to get it, but only if we unite, huh? Somente se a gente se unir que a gente vai conseguir tudo, né? Para melhorar a situação do planeta.
We'll be able to improve the situation in the planet. But now we have a very special message from another big indigenous leadership, Thelma Tarupang. She is the leader for the Women in League from the Amazon.
Diuru, Moro, Uiri, Uacúpero, Thelma do povo Taurepang. Muito obrigada pelo convite. Estamos aqui para fazer uma grande reflexão com todos vocês. Desde a ECO 92, a cúpula da Terra. Hoje, nós, povos indígenas, somos essenciais para que o nosso planeta Terra se mantenha vivo. Hoje, nós estamos aqui buscando ressaltar a todos vocês a importância de nós, povos indígenas. Somos guardiães da floresta, somos povos originários, aquele que cuida não só do nosso território, mas cuida também de você. A importância de estarmos hoje chegando à COP30, a importância de nossas organizações, dos parceiros, para que o financiamento ele chegue de fato dentro dos nossos territórios, dentro das nossas casas. Precisamos de uma saúde acessível, não só a mim, não só a nós, mas também a vocês. Somos guardiões daqueles que nos antecederam, porque estamos aqui, estamos vivos. Precisamos manter o nosso planeta vivo. A importância daquilo que é essencial, que é para mim, que é para você, mantermos o nosso planeta vivo. Hoje, esse evento que está acontecendo, nesse momento, precisamos unir forças. O que está sendo discutido aqui? São vidas, são territórios que precisam ser demarcados. Nós precisamos mantermos o nosso planeta vivo, mas isso não depende somente de mim. Não precisa se ter uma catástrofe como já aconteceu. A Covid, que abalou os nossos territórios. As mudanças climáticas, que devido à ação do homem. Mas nós, povos indígenas, que somos guardiões, continuamos aqui. Estamos e permaneceremos vivos, porque a nossa ancestralidade se mantém de pé. Um tronco, ele não se ergue só, porque estão aqui suas raízes. E precisamos, de fato, que esse evento leve a você, a todos nós, a voz dos povos indígenas. Nós, com certeza, estaremos presentes no próximo evento para falar com todos vocês, para fazermos e continuarmos fazendo essa grande reflexão, que é a vida dos povos indígenas, que é manter o nosso território vivo. Sem a demarcação, não há vida, não há saúde, não há legitimidade de um povo originário. Por isso, meus parceiros, nossos parceiros, precisamos de vocês. Precisamos que nós possamos erguer as nossas vozes juntos, porque precisamos de um planeta vivo. Sem o nosso planeta, não há liberdade de expressão.
Obrigada, Thelma, por sua participação.
Thank you, Thelma, for your participation and a reflection. Nature teaches us what is a real multilateralism. In the forest, trees, rivers, fungs, everything cooperate. They sustain together life. And we humans, we fragment this cooperation. Institutions and partnerships are tied down in interests and barriers, but if nature lives out of cooperation, we need to reinvent this cooperation that is so resilient and integrated as the living systems from Earth. We should be asking a few more questions to you, sirs, and to Marcelo as well, but I heard that since we are in British time, even in Rio de Janeiro, that we need to run with this session. Therefore, I would like to ask if you, sir, would maybe like to add something very quickly, because we will need to cut short this session because we need to go for lunch and have a session even before that. So well, we have to go now. So you have access for the whole afternoon to them to ask a few more questions. Is that all right? So thank you so much.
Obrigado, gente. Realmente,
thank you so much. To keep the time in this event is very important because we have so much to hear. And I would like to call one of the greatest journalists that we have in this country, Leila Sandberg. She's a great journalist with a lot of experience. She's a documentarist. She's a director of many films. She is graduated in international relations, which is very important. A post-graduation, even more important. And from the Global Group, which is a very dear because he was the one that supported me in my first expeditions, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. And she's a TED collaborator, which is one of the biggest mechanisms for communication that we have today. And you are from CAB, which is our big house for intelligence. Thank you so much for your participation. So thank you so much, Marcelo. We agreed that we'll have this panel in English. I don't see Aline here. She's key for this table. But I will call for the others while we wait for her, and we'll pass on to English. Oh, Aline is here. Wonderful.
And good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure and a true honor to host this panel, The Legacy of the Rio Earth Summit, Institutional Renewal for a New Era. The Rio Earth Summit, often referred to here in Brazil as Rio 92, Rio 92, was a milestone, as you know, for international cooperation delivering major outcomes such as Agenda 21, the Rio Principles, and the UN Conventions on Climate Change and Biodiversity. It also created new institutions, including the Commission on Sustainable Development. Now, 33 years later, in a far more complex and multipolar world, we must ask, are these frameworks past their prime, or can they adapt to a new global order? So let's welcome to the stage Malini Mera, CEO of Global Legislators, founder of the Center for Social Markets, and co-convener of the Rio Climate Action Week, alongside Marcelo de Andrade. I am delighted to invite to the stage as well Maria Neto, Executive Director of ICS Brazil, ICS, deeply engaged in the Baku to Belém roadmap and shaping the finance outcomes of COP30. Dan Yoshpi, high-level climate champion for COP30, leading efforts to engage the private sector in delivery. Please, Dan. Lily Clark, co-founder of Rio Ethical Fashion, a leading voice in sustainable fashion and the creative economy in Rio de Janeiro, connecting industry, transformation, consumer behavior, and climate and nature goals. Please. And joining us virtually, Jeb Brugman, founder of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, and founding principal of Resilient Cities, a pioneer of the local and subnational government agenda. Very warm welcome to all of you, and I'm going to take a seat as well. So, I would like to begin this session by examining how Rio's core legacies can withstand the rise of populism, public skepticism, and multilateral fragmentation. Malini, what is your take on that? And how can a politics of consensus be rebuilt to address the interconnected crises of climate and nature?
Thank you very much, Leila, and good afternoon, everyone. It's midday, and we have 1 hour for this dialogue until lunchtime. Also delighted that we have Jeb, who's joining us online. It's a big question, and let me get into it in a modest way, because there are many others who have views on this, of course. I think, obviously, we're at an inflection point. It's been noted before. It was noted very compellingly by Felix when he was talking. He's somebody who has worked within the UN system for something like 30 years. We've worked together at the UN for many, many years and have seen the changes within the multilateral system. So, of course, if one begins with just one part of it, so if one looks at the financial architecture, we know that over the course of the last 10 years, there's been an intense amount of effort to democratize the multilateral financial institutions, the development banks, the international financial institutions. Now we have a lot more engagement, of course, with the private sector. We're going to hear a lot more about that from Dan. But if one looks at the programs and UNEP, for example, the United Nations Environment Programme, UNICEF, UNESCO, the UNFCCC, they are really very weary organizations. And this year we have the UN at 80, so it is a very serious look at the UN itself institutionally as to whether it is fit for the modern times, and in particular because of its finance model. So what most people don't realize is the extent to which the United States has propped up the United Nations, and that's been part of the post-war consensus. We know that that is very different now. We have a very different world order in which one can no longer guarantee that the UN as we know it is going to survive. And that's why we wanted this to be very much on the agenda, because we shouldn't go into COP30 with a sense of complacency that the institutions that we know are the ones that are still going to be there in 2026. And it's one of the reasons why we've created new platforms for not just dialogue, but collaboration and implementation like Rio Climate Action Week.
Maria, you are at the heart of the Baku to Belém roadmap, and ICS is a strategic partner for the COP30 presidency. With finance emerging as a defining outcome for Belém, how do we build the momentum to unlock the $1.3 trillion annually and activate domestic action, especially here in Brazil and across the region?
Well, I think there are different ways. First of all, thank you so much to be here with a lot of good friends. There are different ways to look at this issue. Certainly, I think, as Marlene was saying, it will be important to look at what are the advancements in general from the global perspective on negotiations that Brazil led, for example, last year on the G20, that has a lot of issues that will be brought to the attention as well of the COP. But more important than that is how those areas of work become implementable and actionable agendas. So to talk about some, I think Brazil last year, with a number of other major presidencies in the G20, had an important role already in emphasizing the role of reform of the international financial institutions, which is key for taking more risks and unlocking capital. The need for us to rethink the role of vertical funds, as we call the global climate funds and the concessional finance. The levels of private investments needed to be scaled need more risk-taking, but also the resources, little ones we have, to be better allocated and more accessible. We also recognize the major role precisely of private finance and how, the risking mechanisms and mechanisms that are not just about competing with the finance, but are crowding in private investments are key. But maybe a big important point, and I think one of the outcomes of last year's conversation was the relevance that to scale all those finance, we also need to have capacity nationally to mobilize. And it's very important to have this country-owned capacity of combining our public resources with private resources, commercial, concessional, international, and national. And so domestic resources are also very key. And in a world with a lot of fiscal constraints, how we address that. In this sense, I think as Brazil, we do have a lot of initiatives that we're already doing that could become good examples and in the action agenda can be important ones. Brazil last year launched its Brazilian investment platform. A lot of countries are talking about the country platforms as an important way for countries to get organized and define how and what kind of resources they need to have. A big discussion that is still going on is the capital cost. For a lot of the emerging markets, the cost of capital, because we normally borrow or get the money from outside in dollars or foreign currency, is how we can actually reduce this cost in this risk. Brazil has developed the EcoInvest, which is a very innovative mechanism, and I think what is very interesting with our EcoInvest is a kind of a guarantee that Brazilian Treasury developed, is that initially developed for infrastructure, now is being used, and last week was launched for also supporting restoration and land degradation, and in the next phase, maybe we will also support nature-based solutions. Just this action that they did last week was able to leverage about 70 billion reais, which is a lot of resources unlocked to do the work. But beyond that, we also, when talk about creating national capacity, is also about having good pipelines of projects and scalable solutions that also unlock locally for private sector to feel comfortable to come in and public sector to be financing the right way. Some initiatives we are supporting, for instance, the Nature Investment Lab, which is a space with over 200 players of asset managers, banks, project developers, is precisely trying to look at how we can better combine, do blended finance, develop mechanisms such as guarantees of performance that are very needed for this kind of more complicated investments that are the ones associated to nature-based solutions, but also promote standards, pre-market, as we call competitive space, to have this kind of ecosystem with a pre-market competitive space, meaning standardized contracts, for example, for off-taking of carbon credits or for off-taking of, environmentally friendly goods, supporting KPIs and ways to monetize that, promoting blueprints that can be well understood by private investors and by developers. There is a lot of opportunity of gaining space, and we are very happy to see that in Brazil there are some spaces like that where we are developing that. So I hope very much that by COP30 we can showcase those things so that not only us we can showcase, but we can see other of such kind of instruments that are being developed worldwide and look at a more implementable future where we can start piloting and replicating these mechanisms. Thank you.
Like Winston said earlier, yeah, it's key to have the private sector involved. Without the private sector. Anyway, so talking about it, then, how can we improve the existing global framework or build a new one to tackle the climate and nature crisis, considering two factors: the rising demand for energy worldwide and the fact that the United States has withdrawn for the Paris Agreement and questions the value of multilateral institutions like the UN?
Well, starting from the end, so first, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It makes even more important what we're doing here and what we will be doing next year and each cycle of the COP throughout time. We need to come up with practical or implementable, scalable solutions that will allow us to be in a different situation. I think as Professor Carlos Nobre mentioned in the previous session, so that we can have time and capability conditioned to have socioeconomic development on a sustainable way rather than having a step back in socioeconomic development, which it's clearly the result of not addressing the sustainability challenge. So one way or another, we will need to do that. Of course, with organizations and multilateral debate, this is probably easier. But if that is not available, we will have to find other ways. I think the way we are trying to achieve this at COP30 is by putting a lot of focus on implementation, on the action agenda, on showcasing, as Maria already mentioned, all the possible solutions, either in mitigation, adaptation, resilience, on the finance side, so that we can move forward step by step, but in a solid way. And we have good examples of that. If we think about finance, TFFF, I think Winston was mentioning when I came in the room, is an amazing solution, idea, facility, and most probably, if it becomes successful, as I do expect, a lot of other themes, not only climate, will try to follow the same route. So some way we are solving the puzzle through the action agenda, as we don't have the negotiation front as widely available as before. To your first part of your question, there is a growing need for power as we move towards artificial intelligence, data centers. This is even more acute. If we were talking previously about manufacturing, transportation, now we are adding domestic and daily usage of power in a never thought way. On the other side, we are coming up with solutions that are impressive. Solar, if we look at the last 20, 30 years, it's an amazing uprising solution. Wind, hydrogen is probably to come a few years down the road. So to condemn development will always be the toughest route. To find the solutions that would allow us to blend in a better way the situation seems to be an interesting route. Of course, we have some 10 or 15 years at most to make that happen. Otherwise, we will lose this capability. But for COP30, I think from a Brazilian standpoint, we are seen, I think correctly, as solution. Brazil has an array of solutions in sustainable, renewable energy, forest, of course, if we take care of it, regeneration of degraded areas, which is a huge potential to improve our situation, and so on and so forth. So, and for the Brazilian side of this equation, if we become a solution to other countries and we come up with a disproportional contribution, a favorable disproportional contribution to the global issues, of course, this will speed up significantly the development in Brazil on a socio-economic, sustainable way, which is the best route for all these issues ahead of us. So I tend to be optimistic, regardless of the tools that we have available, as long as we put the focus in the right place. The right place now seems to be implementation. So let's put all the focus on making sure that COP30 is not the beginning or the end, but it's a road where we put additional bricks on the knowledge on how to get through those challenges, and we come up with advancement in some routes. For instance, I talked about the FFF, but I could talk about sustainable aviation fuels, about maritime fuel, and so many other solutions that you can find in the Unified Action Agenda on the 30 key objectives that the Brazilian presidency, along with us, UNFCCC and Marrakesh Partnership, has made available as our route for COP30. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So let's move to Jeb. Jeb, so good to have you there. Unfortunately not here, but anyway, welcome. So Jeb, as the founder of ICLAEI and a pioneer in the local government agenda, how do you see cities and regions stepping up in areas where national governments are struggling? And with your focus now on urban resilience, what lessons can we draw from for scaling action at a local level?
Thank you, Leila and Malini, and thank you for allowing me to participate remotely today and for having such a big presence in the conference room with you there today. I think in answering your question, given the theme of this panel about the institutional legacy of Rio 92, it's important for me to quickly summarize how the Earth Summit in 92 mobilized subnational government, local and subnational government, to be a partner to national government and to international institutions in this undertaking. As you know, the Agenda 21 included a whole section for major groups. It was the first time that local government was recognized as a partner to the United Nations system in implementing international agreements. We went on from that to mobilize through the endorsement in Agenda 21 sustainable development planning as a regular activity of local governments around the world via what was called Local Agenda 21. And by 10-year Rio Plus 10 in Johannesburg in 2002, we did a survey with UNDESA at the time. 9,600 local governments in 113 countries had already completed Local Agenda 21 Sustainability Action Plan. So we created out of Rio 92 a whole new sphere, a whole new practice arena of local government planning focused on sustainable development. In parallel, because of the the climate convention process that was started in Rio. In 1993, we began a partnership with the United Nations Environment Program to launch the Cities for Climate Protection campaign. And by 2000, more than 500 cities in 50 countries had already started developing and implementing climate action plans, by 2000 already. In 1996, in Habitat 2, there was a totally new precedent in the United Nations system where myself and others who represented local government were actually in the bargaining sessions to negotiate the Habitat agenda in 1996. So there was a big door opened, and Felix Dodds previously referenced Morris Strong as the genius behind this notion of engaging all sectors as active partners in the implementation of these international agreements. And it was because of the vision of Morris that all of this happened. But all this broke loose a generation of institutional innovation at the subnational and local level, which has hardly even been cataloged properly, I think, in anybody's study. But the amount of innovation that has taken place, not only by local governments, but by local urban development agencies, by municipal utilities, by social service agencies local, to take on the sustainable development and climate agenda has been quite vast. So we find ourselves today, and I'm very much in agreement with the fellow panelists, that we're in a position now, we know the solutions, and we have solutions that are scalable, but what we lack is a sufficient institutional fabric to move that to scale. And that has two dimensions to it. One is, I think we need to better mobilize the known capacities and methods that we have in local government to do what Rio did in preparation for the World Cup and the Olympics, to vastly attract investment and redevelop the waterfront of Rio, or what we did around the world to clean up contaminated sites, brownfield sites in old industrial cities around the world. We in local government have used development agencies to mobilize vast public and private resources to take on big redevelopment agendas. And now what we're beginning to see is the emergence of what you could call local climate agencies, or urban development agencies that incorporate the climate agenda, both mitigation and adaptation, into their development practice. Because every city in the world doesn't need one great adaptation project or 10 great adaptation projects. A city like Rio needs thousands of adaptation projects requiring investment, and preparing that pipeline to be available to national government funds, to international funds, to multinational development banks, as was previously discussed, will require a local capacity that is quite unique, and we need to get on with renewing the municipal development agenda as a core agenda within the COP30 process and within all of the multilateral processes, to begin to further support the ability of local governments to access debt markets, to better use their own assets, leverage their own assets to attract private investment, to create better terms for private investment so that the public sector and the public of those cities actually benefits from a municipality making development rights available, making its own property available for private investment. So there's a whole fabric of institutional development that now needs to be this year's priority if getting to scale is our priority. You asked about resilience. One quick final comment on that. I can maybe come back to it later. There's no rational reason why any investment project in a city any longer does not have resilience and climate adaptation incorporated into it. This is a matter of just incorporating into development approvals and review processes that climate resilience is wired in to future investment in our cities. We're way behind on that. Cities like Rio and all around the world get billions of dollars in investment to redevelop and develop new urban assets year to year. And we need to accelerate the process of incorporating adaptation and resilience into the way those projects are designed so that they can perform and provide returns to investors for the life of the functioning life of those investments. Thanks very much.
It's a change of paradigm. Thank you, Jeb, in urban planning after all. Thank you, Jeb. I'll get back to you shortly. Lily, fashion has a growing impact on climate and nature. From your perspective, how can the fashion industry drive positive change across supply chains, materials, and consumer engagement while aligning with global sustainability goals? Feel free to answer in Portuguese. It's okay.
Eu vou responder em português.
I will answer in Portuguese. I apologize, but I will feel more comfortable in speaking Portuguese. So fashion, as everybody knows, is a booster of like trends, and we have to take in consideration the impact that it creates on the climate. And we know that fashion is the second or third biggest polluters in the world. We have numbers that are extremely important to bring because they're very impactful. We have studies that we have like 4 to 10% of emissions of like a greenhouse effects. And this is more than transportations and aviation and maritime transportation. And what calls my attention is that if we don't do anything, when we get to 2050, we will have 25% of emissions, 1/4 of the global warming coming from fashion, from the fashion industry. And we have water pollution also. We have 20% of the water pollution of the drinking water comes from dyeing and finishing pieces in the fashion industry, and microplastics also. So it's a huge impact, not to mention labor. So it's a systemic change that we must have that comes from like planting to manufacture, consumption, and post-consumption. We are talking about function that needs to look at its whole chain. We have to look at the whole chain to know where it's coming from, where our clothes are coming from, what are they made of. We dress up with nature. We're talking about cotton, we're talking about like raw material like linen, and others like raw organic materials that are extremely important. And we talk about polyester that comes from petroleum and has a very weird impact, one of the most common fibers, especially with fast fashion. So we must change the chain and look at trackability. There are many ways using like blockchain and transparency and many other systems. We have raw materials. I mentioned that, like organic raw materials, but non-organic, but also recyclable. So we have to make this a transition for raw materials that are recyclable the whole entire time. And we have to look at our logistic. We have like something that is happening in Asia that is huge, and we end up like importing a lot and bringing this logistic burden to the operation. We have the optimization of the chain. Fashion uses water, depends on water, and we have to be all the time like caring for our water. And we do have policies for that. We have to take care of the water that we use to have some kind of reuse. So raw material use, and see how much this is going to last. And this is something that we always say, and we talk about like the dinosaurs, and I like to talk about the dinosaurs too, because I'm a little bit of a dinosaur as well. That when I began studying fashion, I wanted to make money to buy good stuff, because good stuff would last forever. And now we have things that people that want just like to dress for the day. And we are looking for the fast fashion as an option. And also like circularity, like the design, because it's we cannot only use like a raw material for the circularity, but it must be designed for that. Like a piece of clothes is no different from cars or any other device. It must be thought out and manufactured for its reuse. And we have the consumer behavior. I don't like to put the responsibility on the individual, but it's extremely important for them to know what they are buying. So we have to say, so you buy from whomever you want. So it's important, this education of the consumers. So fashion has a very bizarre marketing. So we have a lot of greenwashing. So we must educate consumers not to believe in everything that they hear, and that they must know where the clothes are coming from, and not only in like tracing the raw material, but also labor. We had a very emblematic case that happened, was like in Bangladesh, the Hana Plaza, that brought up to the surface, like who made my clothes, and understand where your clothes are coming from. If it's coming from like a slave work, that we have that in the fashion work, a very extensive chain and very informal as well. So consumers are now looking at a different business model. We must educate them to look at clothes with clothes to last, and care for consumption, and also work in the post-consumption, meaning to know what you are going to do with your clothes afterward. And in fashion, we say that clothes should fit in the new circular model. So we look at like thrift shops and reuse and services. So in all this extension of the fashion chain, we must have this systemic role that you are in the chain, and then you go to the raw materials, to innovation, and to consumption, education for consumers. So moving away from this linear way of thinking in fashion, like you buy, you discharge, to an economy, like circular economy, I mean.
Muito legal, Lili. Obrigada. So we have time for one more round of questions, and then we will open for the audience, and then we'll have like the final remarks, just to let you know where we are going. So Maria, in a recent conversation, you said that climate initiatives must be seen as development. How do we change hearts and minds among governments and companies so that investments in climate and nature are no longer seen as costs, but as opportunities for growth and resilience?
Well, I think for Brazil, if we want to focus here, clearly we can't look anymore as climate as just an environmental thing at the side. She was just talking about the textile industry. It's about the industry and how we are developing. So I think the good news over the last 10 years is an increasing conscience that climate is about a development model, and also that the climate impacts are having economic impacts on our economy. So just to give an example, last year, when we had the inundations in the south of Brazil, only about 6% of the economic losses were insured. This basically means that we lost a lot of resources, public and private, but also means that we were not integrating the climate impacts in the way we were planning the local development, be it in terms of infrastructure development, be it as local development planning. And as we become more and more aware of that, we need to rethink also the way we're spending our resources fiscally, how we are as investors, private sector investors, acting, and how financially we are operating. Brazil economy is extremely dependent on natural ecosystems. So we are even more vulnerable in a way. We have a wonderful economy and competitiveness with sustainable agriculture. We have a matrix that relies a lot on renewable energy, but those sectors are very vulnerable. Our hydropower, for example, is today one of the most vulnerable energy generation areas we have in Brazil, which is questioning the ability even of Brazil of having firm energy relying on the hydropower. And this is because of dry seasons and changing frequency and intensity of climate events. Agriculture has been hit year after year with dry seasons and fires and problems with inundation. This requires us to rethink how we are developing these sectors. At the same time, we do have a huge opportunity also to develop further productivity, to get value added from nature and from the comparative advantages we have. Dan was mentioning, for example, the sustainable biofuels. Brazil could have second-generation biofuels such as sustainable aviation fuel or biomethanol for shipping and support reducing considerably shipping and aviation globally. This requires investments and thinking how we become competitive, not just comparative, right? We have over 40 million hectares of degraded lands that can be restored and can have productive use and at the same time remove greenhouse gases. But this requires a development thinking. Also, when we think about expanding our renewables and energy, we need to think better on how we are doing that in terms of integrated value chains. We often are talking about, for example, critical minerals, about the potential we have, for example, on mineral production, and at the same time, in northeast of Brazil, for example, a lot of renewable energy. But we are not always thinking about how those things can be connected in creating local, actual value chains that create also aggregated value to those activities, so that we are not just having, for example, high capacity of generating energy, but we're also bringing investments locally that can create jobs and opportunities. So I think more and more, climate cannot just be thought as a problem. It has to be considered as an integrated part of our way of being. It cannot be denied. It does have a huge cost of being if we deny it, but it requires us rethinking completely how we were addressing it, because it means that we need to integrate it in planning and in the way we are doing investments. And finally, I think a big challenge as well is that, you know, the way we used to look at risks traditionally, so we are used to look at risks in insurance and so on, mainly focusing on our historical risks. Climate change brings to us a big challenge and an important topic, which is we need to deal with uncertainties, and we have to be able to estimate these risks and price them, thinking about a frequency and an intensity that we may not be able to value exactly when and how it will happen, but we'll know will eventually happen. So this requires a completely different way also for economic business to be done, because the economic valuation we do about things need to be rethought. And so, yes, I think more and more we need to think about climate and development as one thing, because this is where it makes sense for us as well. At the end, it's about people, it's about inclusion, it's about job creation, and I think it is not only a problem here in Brazil. For COP30 is extremely important we keep this message on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Malini, how do you address the false dichotomy that some still draw between jobs and economic growth on the one side and climate action and the energy transition on the other? What narratives do we need to reshape to better engage policymakers and the public?
So thank you very much. It's really interesting listening to the other speakers, because there are so many commonalities. I mean, the point that Lily made, for example, of industrial transformation. I mean, industrial transformation towards a green transition is there for every sector. You know, whether it's aviation, manufacturing, fashion, agriculture, this is an economic challenge. This is nothing new. We've known about this for 30 years. That this is a major economic opportunity, not just an economic cost. So coming back to your point about this conventional trade-off between, you know, jobs and climate, it has to do with where the investment comes and what the public policy is that's setting that. Because if the public policy is setting green job creation as something which is going to make the economy grow, it's going to lead to greater prosperity, it's a completely different frame. As opposed to, oh my goodness, this is going to be a drain on the exchequer. And the problem is that many of our ministries, our finance ministries and our treasuries adopt a very zero-sum approach towards climate investment because they see it as a cost. And this is something that we have been struggling with for about 20 years to change this mindset. And I think that we don't spend enough time on the institutional needs to train administrators, to train people who are in institutions, whether, as Jeb mentioned, it's at the local government level. We've known what to do since 1992. We don't need another blueprint. We've had it in Agenda 21. We've had it in Local Agenda 21. But what we've missed out on is really the basic work of educating people about this. We've really underinvested in education. I'll give you an example. So I was in the UK government in the mid-2000s, and across the government, and I think Felix mentioned it, Jeb will know it, we had a sustainable development strategy for every government department. This is in the Blair-Brown years, which meant that whether you were in health, whether you were in defense, whether you were in transport, the requirement was that there should be a sustainable development strategy. What we didn't have was an investment strategy, but there was an expectation that you would invest in the administrative, managerial training requirements of that particular sector. So if you went to a local government, you would find that local governments had sustainable development practitioners, trainers, officials who understood it. Fast forward to 2010. And over the period of 2010 to 2020, because there wasn't the same public policy push, because the approach of the government was different, that capacity completely hollowed out. And so now we are having to redo it. And there is not enough investment, not enough attention to the people-related aspect of all of this. It's no use talking about public policy up here if somebody in Porto Alegre doesn't understand what the Sendai framework is and how it relates to their work. Because we talk so much about Paris, but as somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Felix, 2015 was a colossal year in terms of international rulemaking, because at the beginning of the year, and I see my friend Takashi from Japan, we had Japan which hosted the Sendai, which hosted the UN Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, and adopted the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction. So everything that we are dealing with right now in terms of climate impacts, whether it's flooding, whether it's forest fires, whether it's wildfires of any type, whether it's droughts, you know, whatever extreme heat, we knew already in 2015 that we needed a particular framework that was at a national level and it was decentralized. We simply haven't invested in it. So there's no point turning around and saying, well, we have to develop something new. We've got the framework. So my final point on this would be the emphasis on education and building capacity, because without it, all of our frameworks are hollow and will never be implementable. And the other point is the fundamental importance of legal frameworks. And I would say that because I run an organization of lawmakers. But I'll give you an example of how it matters. So I live in London. And I served for 7 years as a commissioner to the Mayor of London on sustainable development. Now, London is a unique city. We have hundreds of municipalities and city governments around the United Kingdom. But what makes London different is that in 2000, when we had a mayor, an elected mayor for the very first time, there was a very brilliant woman called Nikki Gavron. And Nikki she was a politician. She began as a campaigner. She was a mother. She was a campaigner for her children's health, you know, in the streets. And then she became a politician, and she really understood politics and how institutions work. So she worked on the act that made London into a mayoralty. It's what Sadiq, the mayor of London, you know, we only have an elected mayor because of that. And she put in for the very first time a legal provision that the city, that London, that the mayor, regardless of who he was, she was, would be required to have a climate change strategy. So regardless of whether it's Boris Johnson or Ken Livingstone or Sadiq, they are required by that provision. It is unique amongst local government. And that really has such an important, it's a driver of change, because you have to do it, so you do it. And then the second thing, of course, where does the investment come from? I mean, it's fine to talk about investment flows, but in cities like London, we can't raise taxes. You know, every city has a unique configuration where they can't go to the capital markets. So this is something we are now 25 years, you know, like 33 years after 1992, and decades of talking into this. We have to get into the detail, because we don't spend enough time on the detail of actually where are the impediments, because we have a lot of grandstanding, and this is the problem with COPs. COPs keep the discussion up at the high level. We always need to bring it down to the low level, which is why we're here today.
And it has to be legally binding, right? Dan, back to you. As the COP30 high-level champion, Your mission is to engage the private sector more effectively. You've given a couple of examples, very good ones. Where do you see the greatest opportunities for alignment between business and climate action, and what needs to shift to accelerate delivery?
I think it's exactly what Marlene just mentioned when she said, let's go to the details, to the facts, to the implementation stage. And we can do this because there's so much work done on those solutions. The climate ecosystem is very rich, but we need to go now beyond and bring it to the ground and make sure that those solutions move forward as quick as possible and that they get economic as quick as possible, which was also very much mentioned here before by the colleagues, that this is not an environmental debate. This is really a socioeconomic development debate that needs sustainability as a firm leg of the puzzle. So what are we trying to do at COP30? An agenda that provides for that. So we have 30 key objectives out there in 6 axes. Each key objective generated an activation group that is working since the end of July. And these groups are putting up a granary of solutions, as we call, so that anyone can use and track and see how they're doing. There's a lot of transparency from now on, even more in the process, and debottlenecking, as I like to say. So we reach an issue, let's say, with aviation fuel. We're not being able to get economic on this matter. Why? Let's sit everybody on the table and make sure that we have a chance to solve. Of course, we're not going to solve everything, but if we solve some of the issues, then of course we speed up some leading subjects and we give time for those that we could not debottleneck now to debottleneck later in the future. So that's the approach. I think that's what we need to do. And hopefully this procedure, this process, which we draw not only for COP30, the request of the previous COP was for us to propose a 5-year strategy for the action agenda. That's what we did. Of course, each COP, each presidency, each leadership will do what it feels is the best at the moment. But what we are providing is a tentative approach to be very pragmatic, very productive, go to the specific points, and don't lose time every year trying to redraw everything. So that's the approach.
Thank you. Jeb, from your perception, your perspective, how can civil society and voters push for greater ambition, and how can local leadership help bridge the gap between global goals and practical action on the ground?
Yes, so that's there's many levels of required activity to do that. The first one is citizens and voters, I think, need to be more engaged with their local government, to be more knowledgeable about investment projects and plans and budgeting of their cities, to understand how meaningful it is that the way that their local government uses existing resources, manages its land, its assets, is critical to the achievement of global and climate goals, which people at the citizen engagement level campaign for and rally for and march for. But in the end of the day, the project pipeline in the investment that needs to be made is being made in these arcane spaces of how the budgeting is done in their city, how the redevelopment project is being planned and approved. So that doesn't sound very sexy, but I think it's the thing the practical people need to engage in. For local governments themselves and for the intergovernmental system, I think we also need to be similarly sober and practical. We know what needs to be done now. There are insufficient funds being allocated, but with the private sector, there are very substantial available funds for doing adaptation project investments and certainly for mitigation and renewable energy projects. So the problem is pipeline development, and we need to establish better mechanisms for available funds to engage sophisticated urbanists who are implementing and doing the scalable things in their cities to be part of the decision-making and governance of the placement of those funds and the way that those funds are accessed by local governments. This doesn't mean that we're again going back to Habitat 2 and asking for local government representation in the negotiating working groups of the COP processes or anything of that nature. Let the intergovernmental system and national government representatives do the diplomacy, the wordsmithing, the oversight and monitoring of the implementation of the agreements. But when it comes to, say, the Global Environmental Facility or other funds that are being established, it seems silly to me at this point to just have very high-level representatives in the governance bodies and in the staff teams of those bodies who are far away from the practical experience of what it takes to develop a substantial project pipeline within a city or a region or subnational state or province in the world. So we need to have more direct representation that way. I would further say that the local government community itself has developed quite proven, sophisticated, stable mechanisms for distributing at least programmatic funds for this kind of work. For instance, GCOM, the Global Compact of Mayors, which is represented by all of the local government networks, C40, ICLEI, also by UN Habitat, by the Cities Alliance. So it is, in a way, a kind of multilateral group. And I think those bodies like GCOM should be seen as places where greater funds should be allocated that can get more directly into the hands of local governments to do their project pipeline development work. So those are the two things that come to my mind. It's really building on the legacy of Rio 92 to create this layer at the very practical level of implementation of the agendas that are now many decades old, and get out of our habit coming out of Rio 92 of seeing implementation as planning and replanning and planning and planning and planning. We have a whole legacy, decades of plans that we've helped local governments create. We have sophisticated planners and planning units that do climate action planning, that do sustainable development planning. We need to get on with the institutional arrangements that connect money flows directly to those who can develop quality projects at the local level.
Thank you, Jeb. Like you guys said, we know what to do. That's something already. Thank you. Lily, drawing on Rio ethical fashion and Brazil's creative economy, what opportunities do you see for Rio and Brazil to position themselves as global leaders in sustainable fashion, and what partnerships and policy frameworks would help accelerate that agenda?
Então, o Rio Ethical Fashion, ele começa posicionando
Rio Ethical Fashion starts by commissioning Rio in this position of having a legacy in Rio 92, Rio plus Rio 20. In 2019 we had one. We did not have 5 years ago because with the pandemic we had to skip a year, but we wanted to bring visibility of what Brazil was doing. Rio is a window, as we mentioned, of this legacy of this continental country. So the Rio Ethical Fashion brings innovation and what our fashion is doing as far as innovation. Oscar was here earlier on. He is a big voice for sustainable fashion. His work for ethics and bringing the organic cotton, first of all, than anything else, to bring this discussion when there was no discussion about that. The work that we are doing with the sustainable Pirarucu, we are not only talking about mitigation but regeneration, and we depend on this biome, the biodiversity. We have exceptional cases. We have a shirt that captures carbonic gas. We have a company that created a t-shirt that captures carbon. dioxide. So the real fashion is what can bring what has been done in Brazil, and looking into the chain, we know how unequal this chain is. Brazil has the fourth biggest production of clothes, is the biggest complete chain in the West. We export cotton, we have huge numbers, stats to show. So I believe that Rio and Brazil can bring to this discussion our natural resources, our natural wealth, the power that we have in our productivity chain, as well as Brazilian productivity. We are a very diverse people, very creative people. We mix things up a lot. Due to that, this diversity, we have 5 biomas, we work with the leather chain, we work, today we see Suzano, which is a cellulose company coming into fashion, bringing an innovative gross material. They can regenerate itself, they can be whole and be sustainable, so we can care for nature at the same time that we are consuming fashion. So these are all factors that we like to bring visibility to, and it's important for us to bring this to the agenda, to educate people, to know where they will be investing. And besides all that, we need to create also a discussion of public policies to get all these together, because if I don't have an alliance from the government at the national or regional or municipal level, we need to have also agencies like the textile agency that work together. We have different ones one focus in human rights, the other one focus in development. So all this dialogue between the private sector and the public sector is very important, and we need everybody working together, and the consumer as well, as it was mentioned before. And in Brazil, we are working little by little. We have very good labor laws, and we have very good laws related to the care with the chemical products, but we need to see abroad, because fashion do not have a standard. We need to have an international standard.
So we look at the European Union putting itself ahead with a regulation, a stronger regulation, thinking about like care, production and labels, and not using plastic in packaging, and reducing a lot of like materials. And we see certifications, new certifications, so we need regulation that is like a broader, so fashion can actually see this positive axis. Thank you.
So I said we were going to have of course. Questions from the audience. I don't know if we have time for them. No? Okay, I got a no there. So let's just move to your final thoughts. What should be the legacy of the Rio Climate Action Week? And from now on, what should this event represent each year then from the private sector perspective?
Very quickly, build on the legacy for implementation, for the action agenda. This goes back to 1992, as was clearly pointed out by colleagues. There is an array of solutions, great opportunities for socioeconomic sustainable development. Let's build upon them.
Great, thank you. Jeb, from the local and subnational government agenda, please.
I won't repeat the things I said earlier, but I want to just second the concluding remark that Dan just made. I think that if this event continues to advance that practical institution building pipeline development work within Brazil, supporting Brazil to continue to be a global leader in this space that will have a tremendous, not only obviously national impact, but impact around the world and showing the way.
Thank you so much once again. Lily, from the lens of sustainable fashion, consumer behavior, and Rio's creative economy.
A economia criativa do Rio de Janeiro.
Creative economy in Rio,
Na moda, né,
in fashion, is the second biggest industry in terms of transformation. Big events bring the focus for the discussion. So I think that everyone here thinks about activism and love and compassion and do things together. So I think that the legacy will be like to keep our voice, and our focus. And hopefully that will happen every year, Rio X Perfection, Rio Climate Week, and so on.
Maria, from the finance and mobilization perspective.
So I hope we have many more of these kind of events. We have COPs, but I think Malini said well, it's not about the COPs. It's about finding solutions that we know already are needed to be undertaken. So I really hope we can use this to keep the discussion, for example, on financial innovation and the diversity we have with opportunities in Brazil. For every year, take stock and bring this kind of international also dialogues for us to exchange with other partners.
Thank you. And last but not least, Malini from the Political and Strategic Outlook.
Yeah, so thank you. I've got two things on this. First is from the political and strategic. I think that we are now moving beyond COPs. We don't even know what's going to happen next year. We know that there is a UN at 80 conversation which is taking place. We may see the rewiring of the institutions. There may be a UNFCCC in Nairobi, who knows? But I think strategically what's very clear is that we increasingly need to build consensus where it matters, which is close to people. And we have seen politics which has become very detached from where people are. And you can see that as one of the reasons why we've got the rise of, some people call it, a lot of people call it authoritarianism and populism, but basically it is disengagement from politics, and people are feeling, I'd prefer to go for the other guy because I don't like these guys because I don't agree with their approach. So we're seeing that polarization in a lot of countries. Where we need to make consensus is close to where we can see and embrace people, and I think this is a country of great warmth. I think that there's a lot of commonality, Dan, between the action agenda and 92. And we need to make that bridge. That is the bridge, and that's why we started with Rio Climate Action Week in Rio, because we wanted to pave the way to success at Belém, but realize it's going to come back because there's no COP here next year, but the agenda will continue. So I think that is one piece of it. The second piece of it, because Marcelo and I have a 5-year plan. Marcelo didn't say, but they, of course, when he started Por Natura, they had a 50-year plan. They've got 10 years to go. But I claim the next 5 years here with you in Rio because we want to come back every year. Because what we have started doing in London, for us it's going beyond talks. My husband and I, our first COP was COP3. So we've seen a lot of political cycles, and we know that you've got to bring it back down to people and do it in a very non-ideological way. Bring people with you. So now we are in our 7th year for London Climate Action Week, and it's as you say, we wanted to create an annual focus point for all decision makers and citizens, not voters, citizens, so it becomes the point of audit. It's about, don't tell me what you did, show me what you did. You told me this last year. So London Climate Action Week is becoming the audit point now every year. So I think that that is a really important discipline. We need to bring it back to accountability because that is what creates trust, which creates consensus.
Excellent, awesome. So thank you so much. I believe we have had a truly enriching exchange of ideas, perspectives. I wish you all a productive and inspiring Rio Climate Action Week. And I would also like to thank our audience for your attention. And let's have lunch.
And thank you to Leila. Thank you so much. Fantastic moderation.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A Rio Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A Rio Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong avimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong avimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A Rio Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A Rio Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong avimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong avimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Governmental introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A Rio Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
Heard from the earlier sessions, one of the unfinished businesses for Maurice Strong was the Earth Charter. And after he passed away, the Earth Charter International took on greater life and force in Earth Charter International. Now, the Earth Charter itself, as you'll hear from Miriam, encompasses a number of principles which are the foundation of the ethical basis of sustainable development. So we thought it's important to introduce this before the session on youth, because Miriam will speak to you about how important it was to have the Earth Charter, because one of the founding young people behind it was Seven Suzuki, who was a 12-year-old. She spoke at the Earth Summit in 1992. After Miriam's quick introductory message, we're going to be hearing a keynote address from Marcele Oliveira, who is the Youth Climate Champion for COP30. Marcele has been taken unwell. She was going to be joining us in person, but now she's going to be joining us via a video link. But first of all, we'll hear from Miriam.
Estou feliz em ver a Carta da Terra sendo reconhecida aqui, na Semana do Clima do Rio. E ainda mais por chegar aqui através da voz da nova geração, a juventude. A Carta da Terra é um dos documentos mais abrangentes e integrados, oferecendo uma base ética sólida para um mundo mais justo, sustentável e pacífico. Ela fez parte do processo da Rio 92, que foi liderado pelo Maurice Strong, secretário-geral da conferência, mas nesse então não houve vontade política suficiente para chegar a um acordo sobre ela. No final da Rio 92, Maurice Strong considerou a Carta da Terra um dos assuntos inacabados da conferência. E ele não abandonou a ideia ali, mas imaginou que ela deveria emergir por meio de um processo global, amplo e participativo de consulta e elaboração. Sendo ousado e visionário como ele era, ele assumiu a liderança disso durante toda a década dos 90, juntamente com Mikhail Gorbachev, para fazer isso acontecer. Agora é a hora da atual geração de líderes fazer história. A COP30 está abrindo um novo capítulo na ação climática, colocando a ética no centro da agenda climática. É a primeira vez que um balanço ético global está sendo introduzido. E isso já é histórico. Parabenizo a presidência da COP30 por essa única iniciativa e espero que seja realizada da melhor maneira. Considerando que a Carta da Terra, tanto como documento, como movimento global, tem percorrido um longo caminho nesse sentido, convido a todos a utilizá-la como uma bússola ética nesse esforço. É um esforço desafiador de enfrentar a crise climática de maneira colaborativa e com uma lente ética.
From Marcele Oliveira. We heard from the COP30 champion earlier today, and one of the great and wonderful innovations in recent years has been that in addition to the high-level champion, there is a youth champion. And this year for COP30, that is Marcele Oliveira, who's going to address the subject of how COP30 is a shift in thinking, a new way of seeing the world that can galvanize action. My great pleasure to introduce you. Welcome, Marcele.
Olá, pessoal.
Conseguem me ouvir? Tudo certo? Beleza. Um prazer mandar essa mensagem para vocês. Eu me chamo Marcelo Oliveira.
My name is Marcelo Oliveira,
Jovem Campeã Climática na presidência da
and I am
COP30.
the presidency of
Hoje
COP30.
também estou sobre o
And
cuidado
today
da
I am
saúde
under my
e
mom's
saúde,
care,
mas podendo conectar
but
aqui online,
like I can connect
feliz
online.
em
This is
partilhar um
good,
pouco do
so I
trabalho que a
can
gente está
participate and
fazendo
share
aqui
the work that
e
we
como
are
acreditamos
building
que
up and how we
precisa
believe
acontecer
it must
essa conferência no Brasil.
happen for this
Então, vou
conference in
começar com
Brazil.
isso,
So I'll
tá?
begin from the beginning.
Eu estou feliz que vocês estão conhecendo o Rio de
I'm
Janeiro,
very
na Semana do
happy
Clima, que é minha
that
cidade,
this
que eu venho.
celebration is happening in Rio de Janeiro, which is my hometown.
E provavelmente
But
vocês
most likely that you want to see like the whole city of Rio, but do not get scared, because Rio de Janeiro, like most of the inhabitants of the city of Rio de Janeiro, live on the north and the west areas, which are not very close to the Christ the Redeemer. In Bangu and Campo Grande and on Nova Gurgel, Vargem Grande, Sepetiba and Realengo, which is the place that I was born and raised. And now we have this important green park, and we are challenging and unifying our efforts in terms of climate change. And that's where the true experience of the cariocas happen. And for those who have the opportunity, I more than recommend this other Rio de Janeiro, the history of the Rio de Janeiro, that it's not told, but it exists. So in many different challenges that the city of Rio has, there is something that I like to share, talking about our hometown. That places more than 1,000 households in places of risk. So there is an important organization for us, like to build up like public policy in the state of Rio. So one in five households in the city of Rio are under risk in areas that often deal with floods and mudslides or heat waves. Just so you know, January 2024, so heavy rains hit us in the metropolitan area with a huge volume, much higher than what was expected. And especially the north and the west areas of the city were flooded. So it pushed cars and flooded streets. And so we saw that tragedy happening, especially affecting like the poor black population that live in the outskirts of Rio, like the ones that I mentioned before. 48,000 people were affected and more than 10,000 lost their homes. So at least like 12 casualties. So like we should be making like effective decisions that we have in our daily routine, especially when we're talking about the youth. So we are going to inherit this planet with decisions that we did not make. So this is a reflection of this environmental injustice. I can give another example. Rio is very warm, so we like it, but the UN has warned us like the effects of extreme heat in the works. So productivity drops from 2 to 3% each degree above 20 degrees Celsius. So there are days where we can't work and don't know why. And you know what the explanation is? Heat. So you are just feeling too hot. And the heat bothers our cognitive aspects, and it takes like a longer time for us like to commute, and even more difficult, especially when the urban mobility doesn't actually it's not suitable like for this climate changes. So when we talk about adaptation, and I'm giving examples from the city of Rio, but any city in the global south, adaptation is not only for better life, quality of life, but it's also like to adapt the way we relate with the cities. Rio de Janeiro doesn't need more buildings. Rio de Janeiro doesn't need more condominiums, parking lots, and more concrete. So replace Rio de Janeiro for your city. So maybe your city doesn't need either. So the impact on climate change for the youth and for the infanthood is also, and the permanence of this idea of like sustainable and social development, we have to look at the nature, not to take our future away from us. So this week is going to be important, like to build up like space for discussions in relation to the climate conference, but also for us. So the ones who live in the outskirts and the quilombolas and traditional communities and the riverbank communities. Everybody's talking about us, and many times we are not in the core of this discussion. We are not in the decision-making level, in the power space. We are not sitting at the round tables. We are not invited, or maybe sometimes you only have like 2-3 people, and that's not enough. We do not want to talk about that in classrooms that the only like white people and air conditioning is on, and then talk about like the Atlantic forest. So the action agenda for the conference proposed by the presidency in the COP30 is also an agenda that will it's to call people who want to act together. And this is the meaning of so the mutirão. So mutirão is a methodology, is a method, a Brazilian way of doing things in Brazil, in Latin America. It's to do together. And lots of people are doing it. So we recently launched one platform that is mutirãodajuventude.com that explains action programs in a more simplified way. And I look at it, and we had like about 100 enrollments of like youth movements all over the world that identify with that could eventually collaborate in their territories for this agenda to move forward. We exist. Not only we exist, but I can also bring as an example that Rio 92 that happened here had many important outcomes and positive impacts for the climate conference that were led by the civil society. Originary people, the youth, like feminist programs, students. And then we had Rio +20, then we had like the Summit of the Peoples, and then the structure now reaches Berlin, but everything came up because of a dream, and that we dare to think that if we're talking about climate, we have to talk about people, that this movement produced by civil society, we meet formality, and then we can build a possible future for everyone. And we have good news. So the countries that also are in the Amazon, they are stating their commitment to the fund, like provided by support to the economy. And then we're going to have one day of the Afro-descendant. In the COP30, Brazil is indigenous, Brazil is black and brown. And then when we have them there, and we have to celebrate. So everyone is looking at these discussions based on culture and nature. I am a cultural producer, and we are in a museum that talks about like the climate issues, like for funding. There is a debate related to funding that has to be non-reimbursed for the communities that are producing solutions in the field, in the cities. So like in the COP30, like looking for Brazilians grew more than 400% in August, according to the public agenda. So there are good news. So in the fourth charter of COP30, one thing called my attention, and it says, it's a time to remember that climate justice begins with people. The territory is not only land, but memory, entity, governance, and future. Ancestrality is not past, but it's an intelligence that guides us. Ancestral knowledge is fundamental for survival and for the humanity. Memory and storytelling is for climate change, capable of connecting generations and restoring trust. And caring is a modality of power to be integrated on the way we plan, fund, and adapt ourselves. We must build together. I wanted to be there. I'm not, but on the 29th, we can meet in the Cidadania, very close to Museum of Tomorrow. And then we're going to have a day for these specific actions, as this event, this day for those who live in the outskirts that we put together with another network. Many events are happening in the outskirts every day, talking about our problems, but also talking about our solutions. So I like to live in Rio, but especially I like to think that this city can be a city that leverages and boosts this debate about sustainability, and it becomes like a life discussion. So Rio de Janeiro is black, it's from the outskirts, it's much more than the south area. It's an Atlantic force is the world, and especially this week, it is the bridge to the north, to the Amazon, to Belém, and for COP30. So if it is a bridge, so this bridge must look like to the sides and look around, and look who's connected and those who needs to get closer. So the action agenda for COP30 is very important, and what we do in local terms is extremely important. Negotiations are also important, but for me, the most important thing is that Brazil is out of the hunger map. We can lead the global south in the climate risk. And then next year we have the elections, and it shows as an example what happens in the world. The environmental issue is not something that like people that we don't know, like no. Will be an agenda of like dignity and rights and a reality topics, and also daring. Because back then, like many people dreamed about the possibility of living with nature in a harmonic way. And that was destroyed by a system that now we are trying to reinvent. I am the youth in the presidency of the COP30, but also I think about the black woman on the outskirts in the global south. And I call you and I invite you to be together in this discussion about climate justice that talks about nature, talks about us, future, reality, and brings data, brings the problem, but also like is here. Because like give up for us is not an option. This conference needs to work out well. So we don't have to begin our talks with the number of casualties, but then we can bring the amount of life and meaning of that environmental education can bring to Brazil after this amazing conference that is going to be in an amazing city, as amazing as Rio de Janeiro, that has a lot to teach us and that will teach us outside of the gates, like from the civil society and the houses, and maybe like in a camp with the young ones. And I'm sure that the youth will give a very good example on how climate negotiations should be. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope that we can get together and meet soon. And that we can see each other, not only in Belém, but in other environmental weeks where the climate topics is a priority, because this is ours, is people that we want to live our ways of living and to have our future respected. So change begins today, begins now with us. My change begins with Parque Realengo since long time ago, and your change will begin when? If it is with the outskirts, maybe it can begin now. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Marcele, I'm not sure if you can see into the room, but you got a fantastic applause right there. So thank you so very much. Marcele was with us at London Climate Action Week, and she helped us open the very first day, and you can see what a powerful speaker she is. So continuing on that theme of powerful young people, I'm delighted to invite my dear friend and colleague, Carolina. Carolina RCAW is, of course, many things. She's a director at Pro Natura International. She's also a fantastically talented athlete. But most importantly, she is a very exceptional young woman, and she's going to chair this next session. She's also known to many of you as the program manager for Rio Climate Action Week. So put your hands together for Carolina. She's going to be introducing her panelists.
Thank you so much. It's actually hard to come after Marcele. And to be honest, I'm the lucky person that I'm between Melanie and Marcelo de Andrade to make all this happen here. So from all of you, I was the luckiest one through all these months working together, learning the deepest about climate change with the best ones. So I came here to talk about inspiring with the new generation, that we got inspired with all the sections we had before, starting with the 92, where we put not only Brazil, Rio, but all our wishes in a global perspective towards climate change and sustainability. I'm between the best ones. I need to say again this, because Marcelo and Melanie, they were deeply into 92, and I'm so glad that we are here, not just talking about the future, but talking also how our past built in a strong way the future we are coming nowadays. Not only with, of course, we have a lot of difficult things, but we have amazing solutions, and we are here to talk about solutions with inspiring people. If you give me one more minute, I will say about my life and why this is so important for me here. Because for an athlete, I'm not an athlete anymore, but I represent our national team here for a long time. And what I learned from that is not different from what we do here, and that's why I work with sustainability nowadays. The legacy an athlete can leave is a new generation inspired, passionate, and determined to also become a high-level athletes. What we have here in this crowd, it's high-level athletes, where you do your best, you are passionate about what you do, and you want to leave legacy. And not just a legacy, but you want to make it stronger with greater investment, what we are going to talk in the next section, with a nation not only prouder, but also more united. We need this to make it happen, and to pursue a better country and the world. So what we are doing here, I presume that we are with, I'm together with my high-level athletes. Doesn't matter which sports or profession you do, we only have high-level people here discussing how to surpass their limits to leave legacy. So, in the same way, we are here today to take the baton from the Rio 92 generation and from today's climate leaders who have already brought us so many remarkable advances, so that we may now build together a future driven by a passionate collective effort, a mutirão, as Melanie always bring back, and is the word of this COP30 in this year, for all of us, committed to being agents of a better world. I am truly happy to be here with people who not only represent this new generation, but who are already inspiring and achieving so much. I will bring just a few data for us to understand where we were before on 92 and where we are nowadays. So in 92, when Rio hosted the Earth Summit, at a time, the world's population was 5.5 billion. The global GDP was around 25 trillion US dollars. And the atmospheric carbon concentration was 356 ppm. I know it's a lot of numbers, but we need to understand where we achieve now and that we are going front. So today we are more than 8 billion people with a global GDP above $110 trillion and almost 430 ppm of carbon. This is not only numbers, this is the strategy we need to take for the next years. So these numbers tell us two things: the scale of challenge and the urgency of action. Their action means everything. These actions means everything. That's why Rio Climate Action Week, London Climate Action Week, and all Climate Action Weeks that we are working together with all of you. We need action to path the next years. So that is precisely the theme of the session, the legacy of Rio 92 and the role of 92 generation in shaping the climate safe, prosperous, and equitable world by 2050. Looks far, but it's not far, it's just tomorrow. Today, we will hear from inspiring young leaders from different countries, cultures, and sectors who are showing us how young can be at the forefront of this transformation. I want to sincerely thank our panelists for joining us today and for sharing their perspectives, as well as all you here in the audience and those following online. I need to remember that the crowd here is just a part of all this network working hard for Climate Action Week. So I invite you all to join me on this journey and of reflection. And something really important for all our panelists today that we are going to see is not just to show up the new things we are doing. Of course, we are so inspired, but we have a responsibility, a great responsibility here. Not just to talk that we have some challenges to do and we have some amazing solutions, but what we are going to leave as legacy for the next one generation. I have here my young daughter, and I brought her only for this session. Of course, we have high-level people here, but I want her to see the legacy that she's going to get for the next generation. So in a few years, she's going to be in a stage like this and somewhere saying that she needs to fight for some climate strategy to do. We were young like her some years ago, being inspired for leaders like them. So now is our time to leave this legacy. I would like to bring here our panelists, our amazing panelists. If we can, oh, thank you. So I would like to bring Leila Hazanova, young climate champion for COP29 from Azerbaijan. She's amazing and made an amazing job on the last Baku Climate Action Week, and this year for sure she's going to be committed to. And she's going to join us virtually. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here this year. Next year, we are waiting her. Guilherme Cercas, please come here. He's executive. Hi, Leila. How are you?
Hi, Carolina. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Everybody's hearing you.
Okay, good, good.
Thank you so
Excellent.
much. So we have Guilherme Cercas. We have Felipe Vilela, director of Brazil Earthshot Prize. We also have the amazing Daniel Ohio from Kenya. Please, Daniel, he's from Human Needs Project. And amazing also Tali Terena. Please. Tali Terena is Indigenous leader also, the young Indigenous leaders, and she's inspiring all of us. She were here today with all her family and delegates. I'll get my seat there so we can hear them better. So thank you. I would like to start with Leila. We can see her here on TV, but Leila, I really would like to hear from you a little bit of the work you have been doing, and especially how you have been achieving all the success with the work you did the last year, and now this year, what you see in front, and especially what you're preparing for the next generation.
Hello, Carolina. Thank you for great moderation, and greetings to all distinguished colleagues in Rio. I'm joining you from windy Azerbaijan, from the region Shamakville. We are now hosting the Climate Change Summer Camp. That's why I'm not at home and I cannot join you from a more comfortable place. But I'm very happy to be here, and I still made it. First of all, I would like to thank Marcele, she's probably hearing this online, for her remarkable opening remarks, because the importance of culture and climate, and even having presidency youth climate champion already for the second year in a row as an official representative of the presidency of Brazil to COP30 is an outstanding achievement for the young people from across the globe. The work that we did last year was mainly we focused on educating young educators, and that's why we actually are hosting now this Climate Change Summer Camp. It's for the second time already that we bring together young educators from across the globe. Last year it was 75 young teachers from 35 countries. Now we have a little less, because there were some problems last year, was having a huge class, but still we want to impact a lot of people. And that was the idea behind the climate change summer camp with young educators, was the multiplier effect, that we educate one young educator, he or she goes back to her respective community and educates more than hundreds and thousands of people. So that's why that was the idea, where we stick to what we stick to, and we wanted to make sure that we continue the legacy. So we're hosting this camp again this year in the region of Azerbaijan with 46 young educators from 20 countries. I want to also share my thoughts about the 1992 Rio Earth Summit. Although I wasn't there, I'm 2000, I'm 25 years old, so I wasn't even born back then. But the world came together with a sense of unprecedented ambition. And of course, as nothing is perfect, but it was a turning point, I think, for the whole world. The UNFCCC was born, and with its recognition that our future depends on collective responsibility and collective action. And I think that moment gave to us, the future generations, the inheritance that we carry today, both the promise of multilateralism, first of all, and unfortunately, the burden of unfinished commitments. I wasn't there, but my generation, sometimes called the post-Rio generation, grew up in the shadow of promises that were made back then. But too often they were delayed, and they are still delayed. And for us, climate change has never been an abstract issue. It has been our reality, extreme heat, droughts. We can even see it in Azerbaijan. The Caspian Sea, levels of the sea are decreasing increasingly. Floods and other ecological disasters. And yet it has also been our call to action, what the work that we do each year. Standing on the road to 2050, although it looks like it's too far, but it's actually not. We must ask ourselves, will we continue to repeat cycles of ambition and backsliding, or will we honor the spirit of Rio Earth Summit by turning the vision to irreversible progress? So from my perspective as the COP29 Presidency Youth Climate Champion, the three things are essential to carry forward the Rio legacy. First, it should be restoring trust and multilateralism. The second, embedding equity and justice at the heart of this process. And third, I would say embracing intergenerational partnership. That's the main thing that we need. We have to exchange ideas, we have to exchange experience. And the 1992 generation gave us the frameworks. The 2050 generation will inherit the outcomes. That means today's decisions must be co-created together across all generations, with young people not as token participants, but as equal shapers of policy and solutions. And when I imagine 2050 and my work now, I want it to be a year when we look back and say, we kept the promise of Rio, we used that inheritance, and not just to preserve, but to transform the whole process, to build societies that are sustainable, the cities that are sustainable, green, fair, and resilient. And I think that was a hope for us, for the next generation, and the spirit of 2050 must definitely be justice. And the bridge between those two should be action that we do now. Coming together for Climate Action Weeks means exactly this, that we do action now, we care about climate change, we want to tackle it, and we're bringing all of our resources, knowledge, and potential to the heart of this unfortunate issue. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Leila. It was inspiring to hear you. And I'm pretty sure that during this session, we are going to be we're going to have even more ideas in our mind. We are going to reflect a lot about all the information we start to get. So I would like to hear a little bit about Tylee Terena now. She's an amazing woman leader from Terena people. And And so she's amazing, and I would just like to, she represents the women and traditional voices in the global climate debate, and I really would like to know from indigenous communities in your perspective, have long been guardians of forests and biodiversity. So how do you see the role of indigenous and women youth in building a more just and climate safe world by 2050? I'm pretty sure you have to be in the middle of all these decisions, so I would like to hear your perspective a little bit.
Thank you. Posso falar em português? Como você quiser. Tá. Onati, naquele não é, onde Taili, Copenhague Terenoé, Aina Poiaque, Itukoviti, Harakaxé. Eu vou falar em português, aproveitar que a gente está no Brasil, que a gente tem tradutor e que muitas vezes esses espaços nas nossas vozes não podem ser ouvidas como a gente
our spaces and our voices cannot be heard as we wish to, because there is no translation. I start talking in my language. I don't think that you understand, only my father there. But I was greeting everybody and thank the Spirit, the Great Spirit for today. I asked for the ancestral of this earth that was the ones that fought for this country, permission to talk on their behalf, because the indigenous in this country, they resisted colonization very bravely. That's why we have so many forests. Many of these people are not in this land anymore, but their legacy are here, and we feel that from the air we breathe, the water we have, and the sun that warms us up every day. So talking about solutions, I have to bring our story, our history as a people. I'm part of the Institute of Memory and Science from the indigenous people, and for us, our memory as a people, as well as our science, are very two important pillars. Unfortunately, the ones that were here before are not here anymore, but we need to think about the importance of intergenerational work. It's good for the young people to hear the old people, but it's also good that the older people hear the young people. And this space has to be shared by both generations, as well as women. In a women's debate, we need men to hear us. It cannot only be a space for women. So I would just like to do these remarks just for as something to remember. And I'm part of a collective in the village. I was born in the city, and I had the privilege of going back to our village in Mato Grosso do Sul, in the Pantanal region. We made a collective of young people in Amatita Tenoé. We thought that it would say Terena youth, but it means the new person that is coming. And we liked it even more because it means that youth is not something that passes away, is something that goes on while we tread this earth. So we called our elders to come talk to us, to hear about our history, because colonization did not give us the right to speak our language. I myself am not fluent in my language and has not allowed us to know our history. They always say that we are three nations, the white man, the black, and the indigenous, but we only hear about our white roots. We don't know about our roots that come from Africa, neither from the indigenous tribes or people. And we heard on how the climate change would impact our people, and we start discussing that. The Pantanal is a place of waters, and for us, water has is a key element. We cannot live without water, and the water is almost done in the Pantanal. Since 2020, we have more and more fires, and the past years, they were the saddest years we have ever done. I was born in the city, but every vacation I had, a holiday, I would go back to the villages and go to the tanks, which are like natural lakes that we used to deep. And today they just go up to our ankles. The water is much less. We see now in August fish floating because they are dead due to the warm weather. So we need to talk about solutions. And talking with our elders, we saw the importance of agroecology, which is a term that you use, but for us, it's our land, is the way that we are. And through our lands and our crops, we keep our biodiversity and we protect our people with food safety. So the idea I'm bringing here to talk to our elders is not only up to us as indigenous people. This is something that all of us young people has to do. We need to know how to walk between both worlds, our traditions, as well as with everything that is in the future, the new technologies. And we are doing this very well, navigating between these two universes. But I would like to bring this thing that is deep in my heart for everybody, all of us, to think about where our ancestors come from and to honor them. I'm not saying that you need to turn into an indigenous people, because we are born indigenous, but you can honor our ancestrality. And to have COP30 here in Brazil is very important for us to show the world that yes, Brazil is a great negotiator, protector of the forest, but the implementation of our laws only happen if we individuals, civil society, we Brazilians, requires the actions to be taken. Someone said that they don't like so much to talk about individual actions, and really to avoid any catastrophe, because the climate changes are happening. We have to more than close the faucet when we are brushing our teeth or do not use plastic. These are important actions as well, because as individuals, we need to connect back to Earth. Even though we might live in the city or in a rural area, you need to connect to Mother Earth. We indigenous people, we call each other family because we acknowledge that we come all from the same Mother Earth. So we want to bring a change in the world. We are small to change the whole structure, but our micro universe makes the difference. But you can get close to others, to burst some bubbles and get close together. This event is very important. I would like to tell Marcelo, because I heard that the plan is to have 2030, but up to 2030 would be very good to have this action week here in Rio. We should invite more indigenous people, and so that they can not only be here in the beginning to pray for the event, but to participate, because our climate changes is starting now a spiritual crisis. Why countries that are called well-developed are the ones that have crises with suicide, people with anxiety, depression, because we disconnected from our Mother Earth. And we need to get back to that. And yes, it's important for us to talk about finances, but for us indigenous people, it's very difficult to think that we are giving a prize to our mother, because protecting the forest now is just interesting because there is money involved. We cannot give a prize to our mother. Yes, funds are important for this transition, but this cannot be our main objective. Protecting Mother Earth is part of our actions, and to implement everything that we have. Financing is just a means to an end and not the end in itself. And to finish, about the mutirão, the joint effort. Here we are. The indigenous people have always been here. People are telling the history of Rio 92. Well, for us, this has started way before. Colonization brought climate changes, accentuated with the Industrial Revolution, but they are still going into our territory, robbing our knowledge, robbing our natural resources. So a mutirão needs an equality and equitative participation of all the indigenous people, the Afro-descendants, understanding its specificity, individuality, and diversity that makes our humanity so beautiful to protect our earth. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Tyler. Vou falar um pouco em português só para agradecer de verdade. A gente está muito feliz em ter vocês aqui.
We are quite happy to have you here, all the delegation, all the family. And we are also very happy on behalf of the Rio Climate Action Week for the engagement of all the organizations that made this week possible. So one event that began with an initiative and a lot of willingness to was small, but how we could have it bigger by means of the engagement and commitment of everyone, and beginning with you that accepted and came with all the good heart and all the partners that idealized and made it possible. So no doubt about it, you has to be on the core of all the discussion. So I will speak English now, like to help the next person who is going to speak that I'm going to call.
I was going to call Daniel because he's right after, but I should call you, Felipe, but maybe I can call Daniel before, because talking about community and how this work is important for the future, I think we can start in a narrative like this, because you have also, Felipe, amazing solutions to bring. But I want to bring back to some reality with Daniel also. Daniel is a social activist and community entrepreneur from Kenya, known for his work in Nairobi, Kibera, where he leads initiatives that combine community development, innovation, and human dignity, but all of that with a lot of culture. Daniel is an amazing singer, and he's part of a project, incredible project called Human Needs Project, that I would love to hear a little bit more about this, and how you guys have been working on vulnerable areas there, and to push this. We know how it's hard to push this agenda about climate change at the same time when they're in a hard position. But I would love to hear about Human Needs Project and your thoughts about this leadership with young in Nairobi.
Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you. Sorry for that. My name is Daniel Owino Okot. I come from Nairobi, Kenya, Africa, Kibera, the largest slum in Africa. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I work with Human Needs Project, and I was welcomed with one of our board members. His name is Marcelo Andre. Marcelo, you see, Marcelo is doing great things here in Brazil, but he's already in Africa. He has already started his 50 years journey in Africa, whereby he makes sure that people get the clean, green energy in Africa. We work in this organization. Our main aim is to provide clean drinking water to the community and sensitize our community. We've done solar street lights. We see the green energy and the green economy there in Africa is working, and it's doing very well. Right now in Africa, we can see in the green transport, people have introduced the e-bikes, electronic bikes, the electrical cars, and then we have solars all over. There in Human Needs Project, we do a lot of initiatives. We work with the community women and the young mothers and the youths in the community. The young mothers and the women, we are working whereby we've started doing hydroponics farming inside schools and open spaces in our community. And the youths in the community, we usually do some community activities whereby we do every weekly garbage collection. So the question is right here. We are here for the youths to take it to another level. I was born in the year January 25th, 1995 in Kibera slum. Kibera, and I still live in Kibera slum. Even if you look, even if you see me looking smart, I still live in the ghetto. You call it favela. So then Kibera, Kibera came up. Kibera back in the days was a forest. It was just forest, forest. But due to rural to urban migration, people came to Kibera and they cut down trees, they spoiled the river, and they decided to live there. Right now, we don't have the rivers anymore in Kibera. I can't even swim in Kibera. I used to swim when I was very young. Right now, I can't swim. And the garbage collection, I can say we can't stop. We've discussed in a lot of this. Since 1992, we've discussed about this climate issue. I know we can't stop the production of plastic bags plus plastic bottles, but it's high time these industries and the businesses, they should have information whereby if they produce their snacks, they produce their etc. stuff, they need to have solution. The way they are paying tax, they need to have their solution of where or how will they collect this bottle of the aqua or the bottle of water of this or this plastic bag. So then Human Needs Project, yeah, it's high time. It's high time. We are working with Marcelo all time, like doing sensitizing in our community. But Kenya is very big and Africa is very big. We are just in the eastern side of Africa, East Africa. We have the South Africa, we have the North Africa, and we have the West Africa. I welcome you all aboard. In the last 2 months, the London Climate Action Week delegates visited our center. And when they visited our center, they found me in the music studio. I'm a music producer and I sing too. So when I sing to them the music of where I come from, I know you come from somewhere, and where you come from, you need to take a responsibility. My question is to you, and I give you a task, you as a human being, what responsibility are you taking to take care of this, our environment? Have you planted a tree? Are you keeping it green? Are you keeping it clean? Yeah. And then another thing, Christina, Carolina, I would like to pitch to the digital era market. We have the YouTube, we have the TikTok, we have the Instagram. If you say we, the youths, we need to lead, we are in the digital era, Carolina. I would like the COP to bring the CEOs of YouTube, the CEO of Meta, the CEO of TikTok, to bring them on board. Because sometimes when you are on YouTube, most of the youths nowadays, they don't go. You know, back in the days, we used to play football when we were young. But nowadays, you see most of the youth, they are on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. So the Meta, the CEO from the TikTok, the CEO from the YouTube, they need to put this advert, sometimes they introduce adverts that I don't like, but they need to introduce this advert of people taking care of our environment, from Rio to Nigeria to America to etc. So COP, let us work on that, and I welcome you aboard. My main aim is when I leave here, when I go back to Africa, we've started already the initiative of collecting the garbage and recycling. And so I want to talk with Marcelo, and we do more sensitization in whole of Africa. Sensitization, the youths need information, the children need information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. It's actually, you brought a so important theme here. We need to bring the internet and this virtual life for Climate Action Week, for climate change, and for our Mutirão. We need to be on the earth, back to the nature, just like Tidy said really well, but we also need to, in the virtual, completely other side, but we need to have both connected to make it work, because the young, for the next generation, our generation, we are virtual, but not like them, not like the young one. They are fully on the internet, so you're totally right. We cannot do any kind of scale solution without virtual enterprises together with us. So talking about innovation, this is perfect to connect with Felipe Vilela. Felipe is a young impact entrepreneur founding of Renature, and also now is the Brazil director of Earthshot Prize, and one of the world's most prestigious awards for environmental solution. I will let him, of course, talk better about Earthshot Prize, which we are going to have in Brazil soon, this year. It's perfect path.
In the Museum of Tomorrow, by the way. Yes.
So it's perfect path for COP in Brazil, bringing all these innovative solutions. So Felipe, the private sector innovation are key drivers of transition, as we know. So what solution have you seen emerging, not only in Brazil, but in the world? I'm pretty sure with Earthshot Prize have seen many different solutions, different cultures, different challenges also to beat. And yeah, please bring your experience towards this.
Thank you so much, Carol. Malini, Marcelo, for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure. Congrats for this incredible event. In fact, when Malini invited me to this panel, 1992 generation, she didn't know I was actually born in 1992. So it was a good mix there. So who of you haven't heard of the Earthshot Prize? Please raise your hand if you did hear about the Earthshot Prize before. Okay, many people here, good. So the Earthshot Prize is a global environmental prize founded by Prince William in 2020 with the goal to accelerate and scale climate and environmental solutions across the globe. It was inspired by John F. Kennedy project to take the man to the moon. So we put like a task force in 10 years' time, and we did in less than that to bring the man to the moon. And now, since 2020, Prince William said, we need to bring urgent optimism to bring action to solve our climate challenges. So that's how the Earthshot Prize was born. It came from this equation of urgency plus optimism equals action. So we need to kind of like bring solutions to the table, inspire people with the incredible work that everyone here is doing. And that's why we're here. Today, the Earthshot Prize is coming to Rio. So after London, Boston, Singapore, and South Africa, and now we're here in Rio. So that's the 5th edition. So we're in the half of the century of the Earthshot Prize. The Earthshot Prize is 3 things. So it's the prize itself. So we select 15 solutions across the globe to give £1 million for 5 of these 15 solutions, so around $7.5 million, plus all the support they need with, for example, corporate offtake agreements, from legal advice to, we have here Deloitte, which is a great partner also with us, who helps us to curate those solutions. And we basically celebrate these solutions in this kind of what we call Oscar of Sustainability. The prize itself is an incredible celebration of these solutions around the globe, which gives a lot of visibility, so we can communicate that to the mainstream. So the prize itself is a big moment. The second thing that the Earthshot Prize is also a platform for impact. So basically, we receive since 2020 8,000 solutions across the globe, in which 500 comes from Brazil, and they are all incredible solutions, going from oceans to climate to air, clean the air, and pollution, to waste as well, so circular economy, as well as fixing the climate. So we have all these different sort of categories in which we take these solutions and we develop a platform called Launchpad. And Launchpad is a platform where we match-make the solutions, the entrepreneurs, the communities, farmers, to the ones who wants to invest, who wants to deploy the solutions, so we can connect these solutions and investors. Today we already had mobilized more than 95 million pounds since 2020. And this year particularly, we have some great announcements to make in November in Rio, specifically here in the Museum of Tomorrow. And last but not least, which the Earthshot Prize is also a storytelling and narrative shift. So we all know that every single climate conference we are in around the globe, Brazilians, they talk in Portuguese to each other, and we never communicate to the mainstream and people who are not converted yet. So the Earthshot Prize partners with the most notable media and TV broadcasts around the globe, so we can communicate all these incredible solutions to mainstream, so that we can go beyond our own bubble, which is very key, especially us who makes a lot of efforts to bring the solutions, but it's very difficult to reach a bigger audience. So with these three things, the Earthshot Prize is coming to Rio in November, so really excited about that. But the prize is not only coming to the prize, but we stay in every country we come. So we are also building the legacy of the Earthshot Prize in Brazil, which is based on 4 main things. One is youth. So we are creating a youth program, and I cannot say where yet, but it's one of the most prestigious universities here in Brazil, focused on climate leadership. The narrative will be around nature-based solutions, bioeconomy, and climate finance. So we're going to bring people from different territories around Brazil so they can be trained and they can train others as well as mentors to be educated about climate leadership. So that's one of the things we're going to do around this youth program. The second thing is focus on finance. So we are also establishing a fund here in Brazil where we're going to finance solutions around Brazil. So not only the winners of the prize, but also solutions that were not finalists or a winner. And this is going to be done as well, so we can scale these solutions. The third one is focus on innovation. So we're looking at a physical space here in Brazil to kind of run an innovation hub where we can bring entrepreneurs, communities, farmers, and CEOs from startups that can connect with corporates, investors, and help them to scale their solutions. And last but not least, part of the legacy, which is the fourth, is focus on the storytelling. So our major partner in Brazil is Global, and Global will be broadcasting the TV, the prize, but also we're going to create a series of stories to share those who protect our oceans, those who protect our forests, those who protect our soils, and so on. So we're going to really give the spotlight to the communities, to the farmers, to those who are, in the end, feeding us and making us live. So with that, I will end here, and I will show you a short video so that you can capture a bit of the spirit of the Earthshot Prize. So we'll come to Rio in November, so stay tuned. Please, pode tocar o vídeo, por favor, G.
The facts are clear. The natural world is in crisis because of us.
There's no greater challenge facing us as a species than tackling climate change.
It won't just take our global collective will, it will also take innovation.
Let's act now. This is the Earthshot Prize.
Prince William is embarking on an ambitious project.
The Earthshot Prize will aim to find 50 solutions to the world's gravest environmental problems by 2030.
With a focus on 5 key categories.
Protect and restore nature.
Fix our climate.
Clean our air.
Revive our oceans. And build a waste-free world.
As the saying goes, there's no planet B, at least not a promising one. I don't know if you've seen my movie, The Martian.
It is being dubbed as the Eco Oscars.
Welcome to the Earthshot Prize here in London.
Hello, Earth lovers.
The
impossible can be made possible.
Buonasera, buonasera. Thank you very much. We did it.
Welcome to Boston and the Earthshot Prize, the biggest environmental awards on the planet.
Inspiring winners and global stars.
We are in beautiful Singapore.
Welcome to the Earthshot Prize 2023.
Let's get going with the first award, shall we?
The Earthshot Prize goes to Axion Andina.
GRST.
Goes to S for S Technology.
Welcome to the Earthshot Prize 2024.
Every single person can make a huge difference. It takes the collective.
The Earthshot goes to Keep It Cool.
We've seen our winners and finalists achieve some truly astonishing things.
My universe, my
The incredible impact of the Earthshot Prize stretches across the globe. We must choose the path of hope, optimism, and urgency to repair our planet.
Thank you, Felipe, and we look for the Earthshot Prize here. At the last, but not less important, I would like to hear from Guilherme Cercas, which is son of the late activist and politician of Alfredo Cercas. And Guilherme now leads the Brazil Climate Center, working to influence public policy and connect science, society, and government. So Guilherme, I think it's so important to hear from you now, because all this innovation we are hearing now, showing up with Earthshot Prize, the innovation, and supporting and incentivizing all this young to create solutions, and hearing the diversity of realities we brought here and the importance of all of that. We cannot have a solution or a base to make it without organization and the work as you have been doing now. So I think you can connect all of these opportunities we heard here with your work. So please tell us a little bit about what you have been doing and what kind of leadership can Brazilian young, and not only Brazilian, but specifically what we are speaking here, exercise to transform political commitments into real actions. We feel that sometimes, especially in Brazil, the young feel a little bit far from political sides, which is so important to be connected and part of the discussion. So how is been doing this work here, and how you feel that they can be engaged through this?
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Obrigado aí pelo convite de estar participando.
Good
Vou falar em
afternoon
português,
to
tá, pessoal?
all.
Estou
Thank you for
imbuído
the
do espírito da
invitation.
soberania.
I will be speaking Portuguese, you know, with our sovereignty spirit. So I would like to greet Marcelo. Thanks so much, Marcelo, Melina as well. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would like to say something that I like to say often, but I was generated after a manifestation against Angra's power plant in a camp where my parents were together. So I believe that I'm one of the oldest here. I'm from '87, so I had the opportunity and the privilege of being born in a family that is very much engaged with environmentalism. My father was the founder of the Green Party, and he's a pioneer. And I'm also very happy to talk about the port, because he was the one that thought about the revitalization of the port in Rio. Afterwards, Eduardo Paes fought for that as well, but it was a big fight for Eduardo to be convinced, and my father was the one that came with the project and said, look, forget about our fight that we had for many years during the elections, but I want for you to do this project for the port. He was there for a whole weekend, thankfully. Thank God, Eduardo bought the idea, and here we are in this wonderful port in Rio, and we can see how it has developed, and now it has really been changed with people coming to live downtown. And now on the 27th, the climate reality people that I'm part of, we will be writing a letter for the Little Africa climate rights letter, and we will launch it on the 27th. So if you want to come and understand a little better the whole history of this port region here. But why am I talking about all that? Because on the Rio 92, I was a small boy, and I was there, and I remember Fidel Castro, and I had so many memories from that time. When I was a little older, we had Rio Plus 20. I had created together with other environmentalists the Generation Plus 20. Everybody that was involved with climate changes movements. And actually, I thought about what I should talk about here, but and I was wondering, what do I have to say to you? And I was a bit depressed yesterday after I watched fantastic program on TV when they showed how we are losing contract with artificial intelligence and how it's almost having a whole mind of itself. And so I start getting a little depressive, thinking of what is that? But I'm not that kind of person, because since I was a little boy, I was taught to react, to fight, to resist. And that's what I would like to say, because I see that a lot of people are not so enthusiastic about COP30 in Belém, but I believe that is a great opportunity for the Amazon. Rio de Janeiro had the opportunity of being the place for that, but it was very important to have this COP in the Amazon with all the challenges we have in Belém. So my word that I would like to share is optimism, because everybody that is in this fight for a while, we know that things take time. Revamping the whole port area took a while. Only now that things are really starting to happen. It was done in 2013, but the orator that was before me said that Brazil is out of the hunger map. And this is very, very important for us. We used to see horrible scenes in Rio de Janeiro, people fighting for some food. And we've seen in our history throughout this time that the Montreal Protocol was fulfilled. Our ozone layer was restored, and this is a wonderful victory. We are also seeing the Jubarte whales back in our oceans, and this is wonderful. And for the ones that don't know about that, I was one of the pioneers in solar energy in 2011. I opened my company and I did the project connected to Rio de Janeiro network. We used to get panels on top of the library close to Central do Brazil. And my vision was to make solar energy popular. And it was not easy back then. To sell solar energy in 2011 was not easy at all. The second sale I did was the one that felt bad for me because his dog beat my ankle, and then he bought it from me. But nowadays, We have solar energy, solar power everywhere, and it's even a problem now for our electrical system, as well as the wind power. BNDES start financing, it start having a lot of subsidies, and nowadays we have the northeast of the country with a lot of wind power. So we are living through a climate change era, but we cannot be pessimists because this holds us down and stops us. It's important that we have focus, persistence, and resistance. We need to know that it's not only a climate emergency, but a social climate emergency, and we need to be responsible and think about the people involved, especially in the Amazon, especially in places that need to go through transitions. In the center of Brazil, the climate has to do with the carbon area from Rio Grande do Sul. Is the thermal plant that is the most inefficient in the country, but 5,000 jobs depend on that plant, and a whole city that depends on the coal economy, but they will need a phase out, organized, mediated, and we have to see how to solve the problem of those workers in that region. So the climate issues are very complex. We can even have a genius solution, but usually a complex problem does not have an easy solution. And usually we need a lot of dialogues and technology, incentives, and especially a lot of optimism, people. And to end, I would like to say a sentence from Albert Einstein that my dad, before dying, said, and is the first sentence in his book: we need to do the best we can. This is our sacred responsibility as human beings. Thank you so much. Let's go on. Thank you, Guilherme. I would like to open the floor for questions and for some discussions to help us share a little bit with all the brilliant minds. But we won't be able to have the time for discussions, and I had to speak English because Leila does not have the simultaneous translation we have here. That's why I needed to speak English so that she wouldn't get lost in this panel. But I would like to say thank you so much to all of you. Thank you for your unending, unstoppable work. We have a big commitment here to be able to honor the work they've done up to here, all the dinosaurs that we learned from, we saw, and we had the opportunity to live with, as Marcelo mentioned today. Actually, we have a whole week for discussions, exchanges, as Guilherme mentioned. Complex problems demand a lot of dialogue, and we have many sectors that got engaged to make this happen today, and we hope we'll be together every year. I expect to next year. And
but please, we keep engaged through all the week and for the next years together. Obrigada, gente. Quero reforçar o agradecimento também ao Malini e ao Marcelo.
I would like to reinforce our thanks to Melanie and Marcelo. They made it possible for all this to happen, and we'll go on to the next panels.
Well, for the next session, I I want to invite one of the persons I like most in the world for a long, long time. And however, I'm forbidden to say for how long. So I've met this person with a very rare brain that understands the business side, the industry side, the banking side, and the sustainability side, the social side, the environmental side. That combination is very rare. And I had the privilege to watch the career and to be a partner of this person for many, many years. And I'm honored to say we built some things very interesting, very, very important together. Veronica Nayan, please, from the IFC.
Thank you. I take this? Is it okay? Yes. Well, that's hard to live up to. I would say the same. I was thinking, Marcelo, this reference to dinosaurs, and I was like, I think they're talking about us. I think I'm in that group, and I'm honored, and I'm honored. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Can I invite my esteemed panelists and all of the speakers up on stage with me, please? This is such an extraordinary gathering. Let's see, where will I sit? I'm gonna sit here. We have 4 speakers coming to you live, and we'll have 2 dialing in by video. I'm Veronica from the IFC. We're the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. Melissa, please, where would you like to sit? Yeah. Yes, actually, well, there's 4. Yes, you can sit here. Is that okay? Hi. I think we have, here, I'll move down. You're right. Let me move down. Sorry, someone can come closer. Dr. Mahmoud, come on closer. Sorry, ma'am. Okay. Hello, sir. Wonderful to see you. Okay, we're sorted. This is an extraordinary gathering. It is an incredible honor, and I don't know how much we are appreciating the diversity in the room. And I'm so grateful, having just landed this morning, that such a carefully curated group of practitioners and champions and frontline guardians are together in one space. And it doesn't happen often enough. And I really applaud and appreciate Marcelo and Malini for taking the leadership on that journey. And each one of you is here because they personally think that you are adding value to this agenda and need to be part of the solution. And so what I would love to start with is just to get, again, a sense of the room. So do me a quick favor. If you're under 40 years old, please stand up. Or around 40, I'm not judging. No one's, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I'm not going to ask the rest of us to stand. I think that's been made pretty clear. I would like to ask, if you work primarily with civil society or communities, can you please stand up? If you work with civil society, communities broadly defined, thank you so much for being here. And if you work a lot with the private sector, please stand up. Wonderful. Thank you all for being here to listen to one another. Thank you. And if you are filled with new hope and outrageous optimism based on the speakers we just heard from, please stand up. So if you had a chance to hear, I mean, I'm a little bit intimidated. Like, I was already, thank you. Sorry. Okay, thank you. But that's the impact that you all have had already. And I have to be honest, I was a little intimidated just by the panel that I'm working with today, because these are truly some of the rock stars in climate action, but you don't necessarily all know each other, right? So to have this opportunity to hear about each other's works and support one another in advancing what is really grueling, sometimes very unglamorous, sometimes very gut-wrenching work that you're all doing it's a wonderful opportunity and a privilege just to be here to learn from all of you today. And I say all of you because, well, we are going to start by hearing from these really exceptional, insightful practitioners. We're going to have a conversation today. I think that's the reason that Marcelo called. So you're not done. You're not just listening. You are actively participating in this conversation, and there will be opportunities for you to come up to the microphones on each side of the room and either ask a question or share a reflection, or ideally share an example of something that's working that we should all be building on. And I know that a lot of our speakers today are going to focus on tangible examples of how we're mobilizing the private sector, financial institutions and banks, and philanthropies to really help transform the real sector in this climate transition. Now, when I say real sector, what do we mean? Somebody shout out. Real sector, what does it mean to you? Energy is a great example, thank you. Other examples of the real sector? Agribusiness, farms, things we can touch and feel, right? The things that also have huge numbers of people working throughout their value chain and really day to day create a lot of jobs and hopefully also transform in a way that become lower carbon emitting, more have better resilience for climate shocks. And that's the focus of our conversation today, how we can help to transform the real sector, how we engage more parts of the private sector, and also what is the critical importance of ambitious NDCs. Who can tell me what an NDC is? Well, I know Pablo can. Pablo, do you want to summarize NDC for us very quickly? I just think it's important if we're gonna spend some time together, we need some shared vocabulary and understanding. Pablo, NDC, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, are the commitments that each of the countries that is part of the Paris Agreement puts on the table in terms of what they will do to reduce emissions and what they will do to improve their resilience to adapt to climate change. This comes every 5 years on a virtuous cycle created under the Paris Agreement, where every country needs to raise its ambition every 5 years, trying to get us as fast as possible to the ultimate goals of the Paris Agreement. So this is a very important year because countries will submit their third NDC.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I don't know if you saw the title of this session today. It is so ambitious in all the things it combines. And so I just want to make sure that we all have the same fundamental building blocks for this conversation today. Okay. Thank you so much, Pablo. That was great. But also it's the nationally determined contribution. You can also think about it as the national country-driven action plan around climate. And a lot of what we want to talk about today is how can we align private sector engagement, investment, responsibility, action with those national climate plans. Okay, so with that, now I can introduce, we have a shared vocabulary, we've got the same alphabet, so to speak, and I'm going to introduce our esteemed guests, and I'm going to invite each of you, if you would. You represent very different parts of this essential ecosystem to mobilize the private sector to pay and invest more for the climate transformation that we need to see in the transition. So I want to invite you to each introduce a little bit more the work that you do and the role that it plays in this transition. That's all right. Okay, in just a few minutes, and then we'll get to more interactive. So, Dr. Mahmoud, you're sitting right next to me, sir. Let me turn this off because it's a little distracting. Okay. You really have been at the forefront for a long time of this climate battle, I would say, winning over hearts and minds and transforming the way we do business. And in particular, you also are extremely active across Africa. And you were one of the godfathers of COP28, if I'm correct, in 27, thank you. Sorry, I was there and I forgot.
I was there 28 as well.
That's why. Thank you, sir. Thank you. But if you can tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing and what you think is most important and actionable in terms of engaging the private sector in this moment. And I'm going to ask each of you to build on that. I know I'm suddenly going out of order, but we're spontaneous here. And Ambassador Tatiana, I'm going to come to you next, if that's all right. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and many thanks to the major two co-conveners. Thank you so much for your leadership for many years. And it's great to be back here to Rio. Fourth time for me, first time for my daughter, who happens to be under 40, sitting there watching me, checking if I'm doing right for her generation and the younger. So what brings me here is basically the kind of invitation, but I have been very much active in areas related to finance, debt, and investment, which are basically the ultimate connector when it comes to implementation of anything that we stand for. If you don't have the budget for it, if you cannot really invest in it, if you do not really have the finance behind it, it will be just a kind of mix of wishful thinking rather than implementable strategy. When you talked about indices, it's basically very much optimistic that the indices of this generation, 3.0, is going to be much better than what we inherited in the previous two indices that were not really bankable or investable. I know many people tried, including my good friend Mark Carney, who's now the Prime Minister of Canada, trying to make the indices as prioritized by bureaucracies investable strategy, but they were not designed initially for that. So if you want really to make indices happening, transformational as they should be, you need really to work in three fronts. First, finance. And in finance, we have three problems. I hope by the end of this session, we can really help each other how to deal with the problem that finance is suffering from. From all sources of finance, finance suffers from the fact that insufficient, because there is widening gap when it comes to our needs and what's available of funding, public or private, domestic or external. Second, it's inefficient because it takes a while until you mobilize funds from the sources of finance to where they should be used at the local level. And third, that they are unfair in terms of the cost of capital, and in many cases, especially in areas that have been mentioned, especially with the many of the representatives of local community, that when it comes to investment in adaptation or resilience, you are really forced to borrow at commercial rates to fix other people's problem. You may not be responsible for the emissions, but you need to invest in adaptation, and in many cases, you don't really have affordable means of funding. So this is the first front: finance, insufficient, inefficient, and unfair, and we need to fix that. And there are many solutions for this, including from the World Bank Group and the IFC. The second one, which is giving us all a great deal of optimism, and I was chatting with Dan before this discussion today about the climate champion for Brazil, that technology is basically making us all with better access to better decarbonization, access to EVs, to batteries, to solar solutions. And each time we check how much it costs us today compared to 10 years ago, we are corrected because the figures are telling us that we are becoming much more efficient in using solar, wind, and other sources of renewables to produce electricity. So technology, but you need really here better access and better inclusive approaches when it comes to this matter. The third one, and I like very much, especially what we started with the outstanding representatives from the indigenous communities and the local communities, when they reminded us it's not just about the leadership at the top of global systems or countries, but basically about how the local community can really be making a change. Daniel as well from Kenya just mentioned that as well. That kind of behavioral change that you need really to have. Yes, there is local community leadership, but in many cases, we need really to have incentives to make the behavioral change where it should really be going. Without fixing those three at once, and without really dealing with the bigger issue that you have two clubs unnecessarily, talking here, of course, about the home of football, Brazil, talking about clubs and competing. We have a climate club and we have a development club. It's a false dichotomy. As Maria mentioned in the previous channel, Maria Neto, that actually climate action is development action. And some of us created this unnecessary dichotomy that if you care about climate or environment, you are compromising growth and development. Actually, each and everything that I mentioned on finance, on technology, and in behavioral change, as beneficial as it should be for climate and environment, as beneficial it will be for development, nature, and environment at large.
Thank you so much for articulating that so clearly and concisely, and also for reminding us that ultimately, one of the reasons that development and people are central to the agenda is that if people do not feel vested in this transition, then voting is going to undermine some of the progress that's been made because people are not feeling that they're going to benefit, right? If they feel excluded rather than vested, rather than empowered. And so this is where all of the work that everyone here is doing becomes so essential, and being able to also translate and speak having multiple fluencies when we talk about these issues becomes critical for public support. Thank you so much. Ambassador Tatiana, may I come to you now, because I think Dr. Mahmoud made a great point about why finance matters in reaching our climate action goals. And coming from the Ministry of Finance here in Brazil, the work with the Circle of Finance Ministers, I think a lot of people don't know how unique this is in this era. And if you could explain to us what the opportunity is. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica, and good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, Dr. Mahmoud set the stage for us. Really, I want just to take the challenge. So finance is insufficient, inefficient, unfair, and many other things. We want at the Circle of Finance Ministers for COP30 to put finance at the center stage as a solution. We want to bring solutions. We don't want only to have finance at UNFCCC conference and COP parties, you know, being really the bottleneck, although it is many times. But so why? First, it is very important to note that finance ministers are not, you know, so common in, you know, climate conferences. Maybe more and more in recent years, yes. And we have many, you know, we have increasing participation and pacts and climate frameworks like we had, for example, in Dubai. And finance was also at center stage, the NCQ in Baku, right? Our new collective quantified goal to help developing countries implement climate action. But it's really, you have to understand that for us, it's not the same role. You have the role of climate negotiators, and then you have, you know, now increasing participation from finance ministries, including, you know, I think Brazil helped give a big push for that last year in G20. When Brazil presided over G20, we established a task force for climate change, so TF Clima, and we brought together, you know, the roles of ambition and political ambition, and also the finance role. So this was a good start, I think, for what we are doing this year, not only for Brazil, but for all the partners in G20 and beyond. So I think, so finance ministers matter not only because they are the ones that could say no, and that they could actually, or say yes, and help, you know, with the budget process to find more money. But it's also important that they are there, because we are not going to solve the issue of increasing finance without having more and higher and sustainable growth and having the right incentives. But the good story is that, no, I think more and more it's clear that for us to have the right growth, it is the sustainable growth, right? So the opportunities for us to have more growth, they are in, you know, the energy transition, in circular economy, in bioeconomy. And we also know that many of those technologies, they wouldn't be maybe so cheap as they are now, and we have renewables, really have been more competitive already than fossil fuels, so it's a good story. They also create more jobs. So we have the economic and investment case. But still, some of those technologies, like batteries, although their cost has decreased by 90% in the last years, they're still expensive, like green hydrogen. So we need to, help also markets. We need ministers of finance and the government at large to be coordinating, these efforts and giving some incentives and helping financiers. Well, we discussed in the same stage last week the Brazilian case of Ecoinvest, where the Brazilian Treasury launched, it is a blended finance line, but now also increasingly will have an instrument to mitigate foreign exchange risk, which is very important. Now, the other thing is we are also, because finance ministers, they should think, with a vision for the future. So we see the cost of inaction is huge. What we have been calculating is that by, mid-century, GDP, if we don't act, could be like 15% lower than it would be. By end of this century, it could be 30% lower. See, we had a major shock with, COVID, and we only saw, average reductions in GDP of 2.5%. In the global financial crisis, it was less than 1.5%. So we need to act. And also we need to act with a fairness, a sense of solidarity in mind. So all these should be there, and they are also tests for the ministers of finance. Now, what we have done is that, so the president of COP30 has invited the Minister of Finance of Brazil, Minister Fernando Haddad, to lead an initiative, this Circle of Finance Ministers for COP30. So in there, we are trying to build an agenda. We have already 37 ministers of finance working with us. Also, we're working with international organizations, and we have established 3 groups, one with experts and the academia, working very closely with the IH-led group, but others. Also the private sector, we're working very closely with G-funds and other private institutions, and civil society. We're working with ICS and all those groups. We are not a negotiating group, these finance ministers, but we are mobilizing and engaging. And we are very encouraged by what we have seen. I think the fact that we have met each other many times, and some of you that are here recently, it means that we are building this together. And we have, I don't know if I could just say briefly, have 5 priorities, which is, and I'll be very brief on that. So increasing concessional finance and including for the multilateral climate funds. Reforming the MDBs for sustainable finance, or continue to reform that. Increasing and boosting capacity building, including through country platforms that can connect local and global financiers. Then mobilizing the private sector. Actually, all of those priorities, they must act together. And also the regulatory area, working on taxonomies, carbon markets, and prudential regulation. So we are working on these 5 priorities, and we hope to, give a very good contribution to COP30.
Ambassador Tatiana, thank you so much, because each of you could alone, there you go. I think that's an amen to your 5 priorities, but I think each of you could give a master class on all of this, and so I appreciate how I'm rushing you, forgive me. And I also want to remind our audience, you're not expected to understand every single acronym or term that's being used up here, but this is your classroom to come to the microphone, and all questions are good questions, or all reflections are useful reality checks as well. So heads up, I'm coming to you soon. But this is a wonderful transition now, actually, to go to climate champion Nigar Abadarai, forgive me. Dear Nigar, wonderful to see you again, and thank you for being with us. We really appreciate you making the effort. I think what has already been mentioned here are these issues of continuity and coherence and collective action, and making sure that not only in between elections in a country, but in between COPs, in between NDCs, we don't constantly have this jerking back and forth. And I think it seems clear that because groups like the Ministers of Finance and the private sector and community organizations have not been involved enough in the climate negotiations, that has allowed this myth that there's a competition between development and climate to continue for far too long. And so I feel very hopeful that with all these groups coming together, that is once and for all dispelled. Nigar, maybe you could share with us the Baku to Belém roadmap, having been such a key climate champion in Baku and COP29 last year, and not only bringing together all different kinds of private sector and non-state actors, including civil society, but also with a particular emphasis on SMEs, which I know are near and dear to your heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well.
Very well.
Great to see you all. First of all, my warmest regards to my dearest friends, to you, Veronica, Dr. Mahmoud, Malini, Marcelo. It's so great to see you all. I wish I could join you tonight, but it's great that I have a chance to address this wonderful audience, at least online. So it's a very good conversation, actually. I was listening to Dr. Mahmoud, to Ambassador Tatiana, and obviously what we see here is that there is a lot of desire and a lot of wish and push from non-state actors. This is what I see from my angle, being in touch with so many people from private sector, from civil society, and I think this is how it should be. So just to remind our audience, what was the result of COP29? Because just a couple of months ago, we've seen the whole world community in Baku for COP29, and that was an important COP because that was a finance COP. And as Dr. Mahmoud has rightly mentioned, that finance is insufficient, it's inefficient, and it's never enough. But that was one of the historic decisions that were made at COP29, that we came to agreement, the world came to agreement on carbon markets. We set high integrity carbon markets. We got fund for responding to loss and damage up and running. We agreed to Baku Finance goal to mobilize at least $300 billion to the developing world by 2035. Yes, it's not enough, but this is the best that we have so far. And we look to many more critical steps. So COP29 came with trillions, we catalyzed trillions of dollars for the climate action. So that was the main thing, because we proved, COP29 proved that countries can agree and the process can deliver. And now we are coming to the implementation phase, which is extremely important. And I'm happy to be here with working alongside Dan Yoshpe, my co-champion, and catalyzing the efforts of non-state actors. So the role of the private sector is extremely important here, because if we speak about the green transition is not happening if private sector is not believing in that. That's my strong belief, and that's what I've seen from many dialogues with people, with businesses from different parts of the world. So we have the solutions to super speed the transition and put us on the path to a safer and healthier future. The progress is visible, but insufficient, obviously. So we need to do more. I strongly believe that climate is and can become the economic opportunity of 21st century. Yes, green transition comes with risks and with challenges for private sector, especially for small and medium enterprises. And I kept talking about that quite a lot. And I think that many of you have heard it maybe many times, but I still want to repeat that for small and medium enterprises, it's double challenging when you are trying to come up with standards, and SMEs all over the world are struggling to pay to the bank. They have no access to finance, so it's extremely important to give them the tools and mechanisms that they need to make this green transition. But if we speak about some statistics, we can say that green economy generated around 5 trillion in revenue in 2024. And this is the statistics coming from the London Stock Exchange Group in May 2025. But we also need to confess that we do not always throughoutly access the economic implications of decisions made under the global climate agenda. So this is important, and this is what, again, comes from the private sector. Private sector needs to be incentivized. The right incentives are not consistently in place for all stakeholders, and when we speak about all stakeholders, I mean, again, large companies and small and medium enterprises, government, so basically all the stakeholders, but particularly private sector here. Green transition is not happening, as I said, without private sector, so governments need to work closely with businesses. And especially if we speak about NDCs, like in many parts of the world, when I was in touch with people from businesses, they said, we are ready to support governments, but we want to have better dialogue with the governments. So the governments need to take this feedback from the private sector when developing and working on their NDCs. Another thing which I wanted to point is that we talk about technologies, and technologies is important. So we cannot really speak enough about that. So we talk about artificial intelligence and digital revolution, and we have yet to fully explore and integrate these tools into green agenda. We are not doing that enough. That's my humble opinion. And in my discussions with the private sector, it's clear that they are moving faster than the governments in that. Private sector doesn't have the bureaucracies that comes from governments. So in many cases, they come with solutions, they come with technologies. So governments, again, need to support this process of the private sector. So basically, it's a very, I think, broad discussion, broad conversation, but again, solutions coming from AI, solutions coming from technologies need to be embraced more, and we need to incentivize private sector to do it more. So if we speak about NDCs, NDC can become an opportunity. NDCs, yes. By setting clear NDCs, this is a message to private sector. This is a message to businesses that they have the confidence, for them to have the confidence to invest, to scale, and hire. So that's why, but as I said, in many cases, they're expecting a better dialogue with the governments.
Nigard, thank you so much, first of all, for highlighting this shared opportunity that needs to be realized, but also for your tireless championing of the role of SMEs in being able to enter into this opportunity of transition. And I think both you and Dr. Mahmoud talked about this perceived risk and the higher cost then that SMEs face, that developing countries face, that Africa faces, that female-headed businesses face, that indigenous-headed businesses face, this higher perceived risk that then makes it costlier for them to access the financing that they need to be leading the transition. And so I'm thrilled that we can now move over to our private sector representatives who can tell us how the private sector is trying to create these channels of momentum and opportunity. Before I do, we always wait until the end to hear from the people. I would love to get 2 people to raise their hand and share a reflection or a question. I see 1 there. I see 2 there. It's like an auction. Can I get 3 or 4? These are very short interventions, and particularly with Nigard's emphasis on digital and AI, this is also maybe an opportunity for a lot of more fluent people, digital natives. Come on down to share their reflections. So we have 2 over here. I'm going to ask you to just say your name and where you're from, and then a quick reflection. Go ahead. Jump in. I think the early bird gets the worm. Jump in. Keep talking. I think it'll come on. I can't hear you well. Is there somebody who works here? Yeah. Look at that. Musa is making solutions happen. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to, well, first of all, thank you all. My name is Johanna Zuleta, and I am the founder of the Art of Creating Value Forum in London and Davos, and gladly also on the International Committee of Rio Climate Action Week. This is for Nigard, well, and all of you. Thank you for the remarks on artificial intelligence and technology. One remark I wanted to say as well is, this is the first time that I see so many climate action champions together, not even at the COPs. So kudos to that, and I guess this has to do, well, obviously with the way in which Marcelo and Malini are leading this, which is very much based on human relationships. So if we're going to speak about weaving more of the tech, I would say also to highlight more of how relationships and human-to-human capital, now we have to call it capital, but value is part of how we actually advance. So weaving both more tech in the right areas, but also not forgetting the balance with relationships and the role that plays, and how you have all continued this going well beyond your presidency. So
Thank you so much for sharing that reflection. Much appreciated. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Anthony Hobley, Deputy Chair for Climate Risk and Resilience, the Howden Group, co-lead for insurance for the Champions team. And it's wonderful to see Tatiana, Mahmoud, Nigar on this panel, because you know this issue well and have been champions of this. But one of the sectors, the critical sectors of the private economy that's been missing in action is the insurance sector. It's been very reactive, very defensive. It needs to be proactive. And it's a critical missing jigsaw puzzle piece between the money and what has to get funded. That, it's one of the main reasons we're not seeing the mobilization, the speed and scale that it should be. Baku, COP29, and actually very much due to the champion of this issue by Nigar and her team, put this on the agenda. The road from Baku to Belém gives us this amazing opportunity, and I know it's something that you, Tatiana, have very much picked up on, to really show how we operationalize that, how we drive that change through vehicles like the country investment platforms, and the Brazilian investment platform has a real role, I think, to play in showing how this can be done and rolled out around the world. And also how we put a price, because this is, we probably all sat here for years going, why are people who've got control over the money making the majority of investment decisions as if climate is not happening, as if we don't have TCFD, TNFD, and the alphabet soup? So how do we put a price on that, and how can the insurance industry, in a sense, step up to do that?
Thank you so much for raising that critical point. And as many speakers as we have on the stage and in the room, it is still insufficient to complete the ecosystem needed. So I know some of our speakers will love to react to that. Thank you. I'm going to call on you. Thank you. I'm going to turn now to you, if I may, Andre, representing Siemens. I mean, I think huge around the world, but also I think largest renewable energy provider in Brazil, as I understand it. A lot of questions about how the real sector and how the private sector is identifying these incentives to invest in these transition opportunities. And maybe you could share what's working, what's inspiring you, but also what else is needed. Thanks.
Very well, Veronica. So we basically know the kitchen of every single country that will promise an NDC. We're present in almost all the countries present in COP. So we know the kitchen of everybody. What do we do? Kitchen appliances. We produce the machines that generate energy and the machines that transport energy to the cities and everybody else. So first of all, Marcelo, Melia, congratulations on putting this together in Rio. It is the capital of energy of this country, by the way, which symbolically, possibly today, because it's the dry season, we're generating all this power with full renewable energy at 85% today. During the rainy season, it's 93%. So also doing the event in Rio brings us hope. This is possible. This is a country that has fought hard to develop itself, and we have about 93% of our energy coming from renewable sources. If you want to hope, this is really hopeful. The great thing that is happening is a lot of countries are doing quite the same, really, really fast. The bad news is that we're not transitioning, we're adding. As we saw with the statistics and the data, Daniel Jürgen published a very interesting letter in the beginning of the year. We're adding energy a lot. Very successfully, all this adding is done in renewables. However, as a society, we're not being able to transition away. We're eating up more energy than ever. Why? Anybody knows why? Nothing really sexy other than a lot of air conditioning and a lot of electrification. That's good. We want that. Our air conditioning, maybe not, because we're warming up the client and so on, but we're using a lot of energy that way. In those statistics, data center, the digital, and it didn't even kick in yet. It's showing, it's beginning, but we are not seeing that at its full-fledged at the moment. Veronica, I must say that governments, the private sector, financiers have done a fantastic job in growing the amount of investment in this infrastructure. This is the basic underpinnings of energy in our society. But by far, what have we learned? Not enough. Not enough in so many ways. If that was not enough, what's happening now, I always say that in very simplistic terms, the climate cow is in the swamp. We have to take the cow out and drain the swamp a little bit so that doesn't happen anymore. What does that mean for energy? Is that we are in full-fledged adaptation. In full-fledged adaptation, societies need safety. They need security of supply of energy, and that's troublesome also because it comes at a very high cost and also the use of fossil fuels as well. So we're prolonging this a little bit so that we're safer. So this is what's happening right now. A little bit of fear of the climate change, which is obvious. You saw Spain, 24 hours, completely out of energy, not even the phones worked. That for society today is unbearable in so many ways. That security is on top of each and every NDC that you're going to see coming up during COP. But also, everybody understands that doing renewable and preparing the grid for that is good. What we also need besides money, people. And I see a lot of youngsters, a lot of people motivated. I tell you, every time I recruit for my wind power business, you know, this big windmills, huge, very elegant machines that everybody loves, there's a long line of youngsters ready to work with us. More than 50% of them women and everything else. When I recruit for, enabling the grid, which is boring as hell, there are two. One of them in the wrong line. She wanted really to be in the other line. So diversity is great. The grid is beautiful. We need it. Even before we need everything else, we need the people. The training people in what we call the beautiful name of green jobs, but basically good electricians, people who know how to deal with power systems without being killed, because it's very dangerous, and in a very responsible way. That's the next thing, and training people is so important for these next jobs. Veronica, thank you so much.
No, thank you. And spontaneous applause. I think one of the things we're taking away is that grid work is sexy, okay? So please tell your friends. And I think it's again one of these myths that like working on climate means that you're only outside working in conserving a national park. Like every job will be a green job if we do it right. And so if you have climate energy, thinking about all of these career opportunities that can really grow and be so transformational. Thank you. And so I want to turn now to you, Musa, if I may, because again, we get this great private sector example from Siemens specifically. And also I know that Siemens has been working a lot on this skills agenda. Thank you so much. And across SBCOP, just the way that you are convening the private sector, the way that the ministries of finance are being convened for a new kind of coherent action, and I hope shared accountability as well. So what for you feels different about this COP, and how do you hope that it can transform the NDC implementation going forward?
Oh, thank you, Veronica. First of all, thank you, Marcelo. Great panel. Amazing how many good people you brought here. So an honor to be here. I think when you mention about the formation of SBCOP, it's all about the organizing better the private sector, Veronica, to engage with the public sector. We had a very good, to be honest, example of what we did on the B20 side, helping the G20 side. I think that was the basis to create the Sustainable Business COP that convey many different 67 countries now. We have more than 67 countries, almost almost 40 million companies being represented by Sustainable Business Corp to engage with the public. So that's very, for me, very unique. What's different this time? I think I'm not an expert on COP, but a lot of openness from the public sector to talk to the private sector. This COP, André Corrêa do Lago, Dani Osp, everyone on UNFCCC is very open to have this engagement. So I feel like we do have at least a voice. I went to Bonn in Germany. I was surprised with the openness and sitting down the table and discuss. I think that's number one. I think number two, for me, learning from what we've been doing, especially, that the best way to influence the public sector is by examples. So it's very hard when you are sitting down with a mayor, with a minister, waiting, what do you need? And normally what we ask is for money, for subsidies, and that's not, nowadays that's not the best way. So for me, what we have seen when you have 30 years of experience on COP, 40 million companies, there is many things that the private sector has been testing and it's working. So I like the idea of instead of launching new ideas, have to look what's already working and reverse engineer, because we had so many years and so many different companies. Siemens is an example. People working, understanding why that particular project is working. So we do have very good people to understand why there is the project in Brazil of ethanol is working. What made that happen? So when you go to the public sector, with the example that you have inside of your, and you can influence that by example. So what we are doing on the Sustainable Business Corp is using this network. We create what we call Sustainable Business Corp Awards. So we're asking everyone of those 40 million companies to send us the best example that they have, and we're going to select and use the consultancies like Deloitte is here today. We have all the consulting companies to help us understand why those examples work. Why there is a project in Malaysia on bioeconomy that is working. Is the policies in place? Is the market? Is the finance? And based on the real examples, we can go back to the public sector and say, that's what we need based on this example, and not create something new. So for me, it's amazing that statistically speaking, we have very good examples. So I was hearing on the previous segment about optimism. I think we do have, I was reading press, we received almost 1,000 cases on the private sector worldwide, that's not Brazil, worldwide, that I was really impressed with how many good things are happening. What we have to do is understand why they are working, and based on the real examples, we go back and influence the public sector. So I think it's, despite the fact that we are having headwinds on discussion because of the US, Trump, on the other side, I see openness from the UNFCCC to receive the private sector, and I think the private sector is better organized, not only as Sustainable Business Corp, but we are much better organized than before, Veronica.
I see you want to jump in. Well, I am coming to you in a minute. Yes, exactly. I just wanted to appreciate, first of all, the convening of the private sector. You know, like if you build it, they will come. I think that is really proving to be true, and that I think people were looking for an opportunity to play a more responsible and proactive role of co-ownership in the solution provision. I think it also speaks to the social capital and the networks of trust and engagement that we were hearing about earlier, and that you have been able to harness that across a lot of different countries, which is essential. You also talked about the importance of practical examples, and I think a big part of how the climate agenda has been lost, both in elections but also around kitchen tables, is because we don't speak about it in accessible, tangible, concrete ways that really affect everyday people's lives. And so both of those directions, I think, are much needed and appropriate for the time. And I wanted to now turn to you, Pablo. You've been so patient after I called on you so unexpectedly at the beginning. But particularly this issue of security and fear and safety that Andre raised, which I really appreciate, because very often we have these technical conversations, we deny the feelings, the emotions, the anxiety that we have as people, as families, as communities, as governments, as companies. And by denying it, we actually then can't address it properly. So I'm teeing you up, Pablo, because Andre said kind of presciently that he thinks a lot of these NDCs are going to be leading with issues about energy security. What do you think? And also, how do we make sure, again, that those NDCs are implementable with financing from the private sector? And I'm still going to have a few minutes for some final input or reflection from the audience. So if you've been burning, please get ready to run, well, walk, don't run, to the front microphone. Thank you. Pablo.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Malini and Marcelo, for organizing this. Again, I'm feeling like Nigar, very sad not to be there in person, but very happy to participate virtually. So let me start by saying that even though we currently have, I believe, 29 NDCs on the table, the expectation and what we have heard from countries is that by COP we'll probably have more than 180. So countries are taking time, but I think a lot of this is connected to what Dr. Mahmoud was saying in terms of NDCs are becoming better in terms of its quality. And they're increasing its ambition, which is the main goal of the virtuous cycle of the Paris Agreement. But countries understand that they need to do a better job in terms of bringing the right people to the table, having the right type of information, so that these NDCs are realistic, are implementable, are investable. And I think a lot of that has to do with connecting it to the real economy and bringing in elements of the needs that countries have in terms of the development, like food security, energy security, the implications in their own border security, migration, into the conversation of climate. So the NDC partnership has supported more than 100 developing countries over the last 9 years. And I think there's a few lessons learned that I wanted to showcase and highlight today in terms of how can we move forward with accelerating the implementation of the commitments. The three main lessons that I wanted to highlight were, first of all, and this was mentioned already, for developing countries, the climate crisis is a development crisis. So you cannot talk about sustainable development unless it's low carbon and resilient. And you cannot talk about effective climate action unless it's driving the social and economic goals of a country. So to effectively link the climate and development agendas, these climate commitments, the NDCs, need to be developed and implemented through the whole of government and whole of society approach, bringing everyone together. And this includes critical stakeholders that in the past might not have been as engaged as they need to be and as they are coming now, including ministers of finance, the national financial institutions, and very importantly, the private sector. So that these NDCs reflect the reality of the country and generate that necessary ownership on those stakeholders that at the end of the day will drive the transformational action that will deliver the climate, the social, and the economic goals of the country. The second element is that the biggest challenge that developing countries face is the implementation of these climate commitments, mainly due to the challenges they face in effectively mobilizing finance at the speed and the scale that will drive that transformation. And of course, we heard from Dr. Mahmoud the critical elements about finance. And we saw in the first global stocktake, which is the exercise that is done to understand where we are today in terms of the acceleration in the implementation of the commitments, that we have three critical gaps: ambition, implementation, and finance. But closing each gap is going to be very different. Countries are working very hard with their new NDCs, the 3.0, to close the ambition gap, and we'll see in the next months if we actually were successful in doing that. But countries now know how to prepare new NDCs. And this virtuous cycle of ambition has been activated. On the other hand, successful implementation is yet to be achieved in most developing countries at the necessary scale. And the current geopolitical situation will only make things harder. No, the realization that public resources will not be enough to fully implement climate commitments has come only recently for many countries. And their ability to effectively mobilize private sector finance is not yet there. Which brings me to the third point, which is developing countries still need a lot of support to be able to advance their climate goals and transform their economies. We have seen how technical assistance and capacity building has allowed countries to establish a strong foundation for climate action. Now, we have supported through the 250 members of the partnership the development of strong NDCs and associated implementation and investment plans, the establishment of strong institutional, legal, policy, regulatory frameworks, identification of and prioritization of actions, of projects, of pipelines. But a lot more is needed. And more than ever, we need to work together through a country-driven process to support the strengthening of the institutional capacities of governments, but not only of governments, of the financial institutions, of the private sector, so that they can bring in and act effectively in transforming the economies. And this collective approach is what we do at the NDC Partnership, what we exist, and where we need other actors to come in. And the title of this conference mentions philanthropies, and we haven't been talking too much about them, but they play a critical role. And they need to come together, coordinate amongst themselves, and ideally join the efforts that others are doing in supporting country-driven action, like the MDBs, like the UN organizations, like civil society organizations, many of which are already members of the partnership. And we want to see everyone coming together, because with limited resources today in terms of ODA, we need to really work on effective and efficient delivery of support so that we can take the limited resources as far as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pablo. I think you've highlighted very well, particularly with these shocks in aid and trade, how we need to be investing locally and building the capacity of local capital markets to issue local labeled finance, hopefully to really enable the private sector to fill these gaps. So thank you. I want to turn to you, Dr. Mahmoud, again, to just respond on the insurance question. And then, until I see somebody a microphone, I have a lightning speed round to close us up for everybody. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Right. Thank you so much. Can I just add to the important question of insurance something else that the ambassador mentioned? It's great that Pablo spoke before me, because he covered most of what I'm going to say. Because what she outlined, Ambassador Quintana, the 5 priorities are basically the priorities of public-private partnerships. These are the priorities of the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero. This is GFAN's priorities when it comes to building up pipeline, de-risking, innovative finance, trying to mobilize ideas to scale up innovative ideas. It's not good just to have one idea here and there, but basically to scale them up. So it's great that ministers of finance in the circle are basically doing great in this kind of spirit of partnership. And then the other thing, it's a tough world out there. Pablo mentioned the issues related to aid that is declining and disappearing by some countries' decisions. FDI had been declining. Actually, FDI, finance, this is the foreign direct investment, today is less than what it used to be in 2005. That's why we are pushing into solutions that are very much regionalized, localized, and with impact through building up pipeline. And if you are saying what are or asking the big questions, what is basically confronting us from where I'm coming from Africa, from Egypt, from the Arab world, it's climate change with its risks, it's inequality, and the other problem is basically trying to solve some of the problems related to development and climate by going to debt. So here, this is basically what we're at. You cannot really solve it by just being more indebted. When some countries today are paying more on the debt service, more than what they are spending on education and health, you can just ask the question, what kind of future is there? And one of our good friends mentioned the human capital. And then the very final question, I think this one of the most complicated questions raised, the issue about risk, pricing risk, and the role of insurance. As a rule of thumb, anything that has a value has a price. We can be mispricing matters if we're not very good at it. But if you have a good market, if you have good people as well in pricing risk, that would be great. But one great thing that I'm expecting from this COP30 is bringing people at the center, is bringing the forest and nature at the center, and trying to remind everybody that what we have been taking for granted forever, this is about time to attach a value to it and to have a price for it. That's why I'm very optimistic with the Tropical Forest Forever facility. This is the TFFF. If you're asking me if these are valuable matters, we have prices for them and you have the risk and the insurance people to risk it. What has a value to the extent that it's invaluable, but we cannot price it? It's people. people do not have a price attached to them. People do not have a value attached to them because they are invaluable. They have one thing, which is dignity. And dignity has been compromised by debt, being compromised by inequality, and being compromised by climate change that made many people lose a good standard of living. They cannot stand the day without really good funding. So I think here, focus on dignity and trying to do the right action to protect the people, and then get everything that has a value with adequate price. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud. And I think your point about when you take care of people, because people are leading every organization from government to elections to the private sector, then the people tend to be able to, in a position to take care of other things. And sometimes we get our priorities a little bit backwards. So I really appreciate your emphasis on that and on the fundamental role of nature, which we could spend a whole additional day on, but to constantly be thinking about how are we regenerating nature while we're generating local livelihoods and local value, I think is our rallying cry. Now, to close us out, this is going to be really fast, and our speakers are going to have to be a little bit flexible with me. But I would like to ask, so Andre, you brought us into the kitchen. In fact, you reminded us that you're in all of our kitchens, which was slightly creepy and also very interesting. So what I'd like to imagine in this spirit of whole of society approach, of dignity, of talking to people at their kitchen table about their kitchen table issues, is let's imagine that we're cooking a meal together. So we're at a kitchen table. You're a cook. Two of you are cooks. What are the primary ingredients in your meal that you're going to serve us today related to these issues that we've discussed? What are the primary ingredients? And then I'm going to ask two related questions to two different folks. So who's going to volunteer? The key ingredient to your dish. I like that. Okay, we've got our two here. Go ahead.
The key ingredient today is empathy. Either we collaborate or we go nowhere. Countries are learning that integrating their grids together, for instance, makes it safer, but it needs empathy. And that's a very rare commodity right now and a completely important ingredient.
I love that. Thank you.
I think it's similar to Andre, but I think it's trust. You need to have trust to be able to do things and blend things at the end of the day. So I think trust.
Trust is a secret sauce, which I think SBCOP is modeling very well by being able to bring people together so efficiently. Tatiana, there's another question, and you're going to have a choice. Because my next question would be, who is most critical to have at your dinner table? And you know, there's a saying that if you're not at the table, you're on the table. So who is most critical to have at the table? Thank you.
I think, Veronica, we really need to enlarge this table, make it, fair and democratic, and have all the stakeholders there. And that's what the lessons that, we are taking from it. You see, usually when you talk with economists, you focus a lot on efficiency. But the world has shown us that, we need more resilience too. Right? So you need more resilience, meaning you need more concessionality, you need other actors. You need the market. The market will guide us, will make it more efficient to accelerate. But we need, the right combination. So we say usually blended finance, right? Thinking, in a broad way about blended. To blend for different sectors, to strike the right balance of risk in different sectors. So, for example, we need, actors that measure so much. We need, really to expand, to think outside the box. We're not only about banking, right? It's also about non-banking actors, because most of the investors and institutional investors are, the money is outside of banks, actually. It is with insurers, it is with asset managers, right? But we need insurers to think not only about the traditional, risks that we are used to, but also to think a very, long-term. Also, we need them more as investors too, and to help us navigate this, for example, nature-based solutions, right? So there are many risks that we don't know. If we could put a risk on everything, it would be easier. If we hadn't not so much uncertainty, but more risks and measurable, it would be easier to manage. So let's have more actors and try to blend it and get the right
Thank you. And I think
balance.
so much of that understanding risk is by having more perspectives, right? More intelligence from different places to understand better the risk. Thank you. One other contribution, who is at the table? And I'm just going to warn you, the final question for the final two is, what is the song that you're going to use as the ambiance for your dinner party? So whoever doesn't tell me who is the other actor to have at your table gets to think about the dinner table soundtrack. One more. Go ahead, Pablo.
Nigar, you want to go first then? Well, I guess I'll say that I agree very much with Tatiana in terms of who needs to be at the table, but we need everyone at the table, but also we need kind of a family-style meal, a potluck, where everyone is bringing food and we're all sharing so that actually works. The song, no, I don't know. I'll leave it to someone else.
Don't be shy. All right, well, you can come back with that if you need to. Nigar.
Well, I still think about the main ingredient. I think transparency, I would mention transparency or honesty. It's something that is completely lacking. So that's what I would mention. Well, the song is a difficult one. I would say Earth Song by Michael Jackson. Definitely would be relevant here, I guess.
I love that. Thank you so much. You get extra points for answering both. Dr. Mahmoud.
Well, Nigar spoke well. I think if you ask my daughter, she can tell you something about women leadership songs and the songs of Beyonce. But I think We Are the World could be really the thing that we can really push all for. But we need that kind of spirit. Came during the same time, or actually a couple of years before or after, the RCAW, the original RCAW, when people really from around the world came to save Africa from the famine. And all of these singers, inspired by great leadership and songwriters, the kind of solidarity to support whatever remaining then of resilience at the local level was behind that song that still is with us. But we need really the spirit of that moment to revive the kind of leadership that didn't just come from political leaders, but from activists, from artists, and from local leaders.
I appreciate that so much, and I think it reminds us that everyone has a responsibility, everybody has a dignity and an intelligence to contribute, and everyone has power. And you've inspired me referring to women's songs by Beyonce. I think I'm gonna close it out with My Power. You'll Never Take My Power by Beyonce, Yemi Alade, and a bunch of other female rock stars. If you don't know them, you need to get to know them. And if I could play it for you right now, I would. But I just wanna thank these wonderful speakers, the lifelong commitments that I'm seeing across this room of people of all different ages who are saying that I'm gonna be accountable, I'm gonna be part of the solution, I'm gonna be the woman in the mirror who's going to turn this around. And honestly, it is going to be this one-by-one potluck where things really take a turn and we reach a positive tipping point. So I appreciate all of the inspiration that you've provided us today. Thank you, and the many examples you've shared. So thank you, and see you around for the rest of the week. And finally, thank you, Marcelo and Melina. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
We have to talk. You really have to talk. I'm organizing Baku Climate
Whenever you want.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we started this morning slightly late or very late, but the good news is that we have caught up. Thank you to our excellent moderators. So we're back on English time. Yes? We're going to have a few more speakers who want to bring their own messages from Rio, from Brazil. We have a wonderful partnership that we want to share with you before we close. But just to assure you, we are going to be closing in true Brazilian style with music and dance.
Muito bem. Gostaríamos de fazer uma última sessão com palavras de pessoas extremamente relevantes para
words
nós.
from extremely relevant people for us. We will call one after the other, and then the person just like comes and then makes their remarks and then go back, and then like please focus on each one of them, and then we will have the closing ceremony. I would like to begin calling Don Eugênio Orleans de Bragança. He represents a family that gave us the best beginning that we could have given for our country. And I would like to ask him to bring to our memory, as we are here rescuing our memory from Rio de Janeiro as the capital of sustainability, if I may say that. So I apologize for the other capitals, but we are like this is where we are focusing on. He has a family history of a person that I believe was the first pioneer and the main shower of success in terms of solution in scale and solutions in scale. So I will ask Don Eudes to revive this memory on us, like from our dear emperor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. So I think that the invitation was not for me, it was for my older brother. He has much more content than I do, so I will just improvise a little. So the message is very brief. So Rio, as Marcelo said, has always been the reference for many different things. Not by chance was the reference and the pioneer. That was the beginning what we used to call like a reforestation. We did not mention ecology. In the 19th century, we had, if I'm not wrong, we had like 3 things that began on the 20th, and that made the local authorities had to take some measures, and one of them was like to pursue reforestation, what is now the Tijuca forest. There were like a whole set of like coffee farms, and this is a very good interesting example of like a public way of looking to the common good of society and for future generations. So the message is that if we are not on the way nature, if we do not cross nature's path, nature will do what it's supposed to do. And we have this magnificent forest, almost like 40,000 square kilometers, with a variety of species from the Atlantic forest. So for me, as a personal honor to say on behalf of the family, it's an important legacy that my great-great-grandfather left for us, and that enabled me as something that doesn't have anything to do with the forest, but so I was talking to someone outside. So all these agendas that involves climate are extremely important, especially if they have like public utility and for the society. So the speech cannot be just like the speech per se. It must be useful for future generations. So now I am the president of the Gulf Brazilian Federation, and the topics that are more recurrent in our meetings with international bodies is sustainability of the fields. And as it can be different, like here in Rio de Janeiro, we have a very curious case about the time of the Olympics. In 2016, we built a golf club in an area which is a protected area, but was very degraded. And it was a lot of fuss and a lot of discussions and environmentalists and the media. And so history has proven that when things are well done and embraced the right way, it works well. So the golf club is an oasis. So the variety of fauna and flora is amazing. So what I wanted to say is that we have to look for public utility, for something that is important for everyone, like the natural resources. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. So I think that your family represents, as I know, one of the very first project of like a scalable solution, and I think this is memorable, especially for our city. And I would like to call now to the floor. Gabriel, the representative from BNDES. So I want to let something very clear. So for the past 40 years of work, one of our main partners were the agencies of local development, like the banks and development banks, as we have our IFC, one of the very first partners, or long-time partners, and our national pride, BNDES. Banco do Brasil. Because Banco do Brasil, not too many people know, but Banco do Brasil is the bank that most financed the agricultural sector, especially the mid-sized and small one. So I actually like thinking about this financing model from Banco do Brasil, and that inspired us to design and improve the methodology that we have. And we operate in 67 different countries with this particular example. So that leverage us and make us very proud because it's the Banco do Brasil.
Exatamente, profundo. Muito obrigado, então.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Eu sou Sueli Voltarelli.
I am Sueli Voltarelli. So Gabriel had something unexpected. He couldn't make it. So he's the head of ESG of Banco do Brasil. I am the general manager of the Banco do Brasil Cultural Center, one of the hubs of this event. And I will just like say a few words on behalf of Gabriel and on behalf of Banco do Brasil. So, and CCBB, which is the Cultural Center, is very honored to be a part of this event. And also I would like to salute the Museum of Tomorrow for this opportunity to be here speaking. So it's always very good to have partners and neighbors such as the Museum of Tomorrow that performs this wonderful work in the city of Rio de Janeiro and for the world with a theme that is of everyone's interest.
Então, novamente, boa tarde a todas.
So once again, good afternoon, everyone.
Eu quero agradecer profundamente.
I would like to thank you all that contributed with so rich lectures and inspiring throughout this event. So each discourse brought valuable reflections and highlighted the urgency and that we must need to act together. So I will put an invitation here that we continue mobilizing all levels to propel like climate actions and ambitious on the way to COP30. So the way is collective and the moment to act is now. We are living a very decisive moment, opportunity that Brazil will host COP, puts us as the protagonist of all the climate global agenda. And this is not by chance. Amazon, with all its wealth and diversity, is a key part for the balance of our planet. But nevertheless, the importance of like acting now and acting together, as in Tupi-Guarani, Mutirão, it's the hour of mutirão. Civil society, companies, private, public sector, financial institutions, philanthropy, all together for a common purpose. Banco do Brasil, o Brasil has many challenges, but it's also like a sustainable power. Banco do Brasil is committed to this transformation. So we are the bank ranked for the 6th time the most sustainable bank on the planet. And we are very proud to have this Brazil in our DNA with collective responsibility and showing that it's possible to create real impact on people's lives and in the environment. This year, the Banco do Brasil Foundation celebrates 40 years, and its main objective is to invest until 2030 with education, care for the environment, inclusion, humanitarian help, and social technology, and voluntarily. And the Banco do Brasil Cultural Center, for the past 35 years of history, shows the importance of like culture and sustainability walking hand in hand. There is no climate justice without culture, and sustainability exists to ensure the continuity of the cultural expression for future generations. The future is cultural, sustainable, and ancestral. It's an honor for the Banco do Brasil Cultural Center to be the hub of this event that gathers so many cultural mechanisms in Rio de Janeiro. Enjoy our space for the collective build-up of ideas, actions, and purposes that transit in the cultural and sustainability territory. I invite you all to participate starting tomorrow until the end of the week in all the events that will happen in our cultural center with a topic towards like economy and finance. So let's move on together and building up partnerships and strengthening territories and boosting solutions that connect sustainability, innovation, and development, because the future has already started and it's collective. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this event was conceived by Marcelo and myself in Baku last year, and that's why it's very important for us to have Nigar here and the Baku to Belém connection made. But equally, it is about the relationship between Britain and Brazil. And so we have taken it in turns to invite guests, and it's my honor to invite the next guest that you'll hear some remarks from. So Graham Knight, who is the Climate and Nature Councillor from the British Embassy in Brasilia. We're delighted to have you here. I know there's a large delegation from the UK at Rio Climate Action Week, but please, we'd like to hear from a few words from you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for let's try that. Sorry, I'm too tall. So you might be wondering why someone from the British Embassy is here at Rio Climate Week. It's not just, of course, that we have a very strong interest in making sure that COP30 is a success this year, but actually it's the fruit of a partnership that started with London Climate Week this year, and it's finishing with Rio Climate Week. And I think, you know, we've heard a lot this year about how COP30 is going to signify a transition from negotiation to implementation, that we need to move into realizing the commitments that are made in COPs, in NDCs. And I think it's events like these where we really see the partnerships being made between civil society, between government, private sector investors, and you know, where the real energy is happening. And I was very lucky to be in London this year, where I saw that firsthand. You know, when our minister, Ed Miliband, our Minister for Energy, Marina Silva, the Brazilian Minister for Environment, I could really see that commitment where we were partnering Brazilian investors with UK investors. That's the examples of the implementation that we want to see. And this year is actually a very special year for the UK and Brazil. It's actually 200-year anniversary of the founding of diplomatic relations between these two countries. And our relationship extends from education. And on Saturday, I was stood in Brasilia singing Hey Jude by the Beatles. We sent 200 Brazilian students off to the UK. We have a deep science partnership. We work on human rights together, economic development, trade, but of course, climate really is the cornerstone of the relationship between our two countries. And it's also the cornerstone of our relationship with this incredible city. And you probably know that in just over 2 months' time, Prince William will be here in Brazil, in Rio, launching the Earthshot Prize, which will celebrate global leaders across 5 strands of work: energy transition, tackling ocean pollution, protecting forests, and others. Now, of course, our priority this year is COP30. And I think in this very complex geopolitical environment that we find ourselves in, first and foremost, we need to show that COP as a structure, the UNFCCC as a structure, can work. Now, how is the UK going to do that? And how is our partnership with Brazil going to deliver that? Well, we want to see progress made, particularly when it comes to nature and forests. And what better place to do that than in the Amazon in Brazil? And that means ensuring that the attention and the finance that is given to the energy transition is leveled up with forests and nature. And we've been working very closely with Brazil to help design the Tropical Finance for Forests facility. We want to see advances on access to finance for the least developing countries, and through the Global Clean Power Alliance that the UK launched at COP29, we want to show practical implementation where finance is flowing to energy projects. We want to see progress on voluntary carbon markets, and we want to see progress on carbon markets joining between jurisdictions like the EU, the UK, China, and others. But if I can finish with one message, I think having been in London Climate Week, having been here, I think there's a risk sometimes when, in English, we say we're preaching to the converted. I think a lot of people in this room probably agree that climate action is necessary and is urgent. I think there's a value in having us all together. It shows the dedication, it drives energy. But I think if one thing COP30 can do, and I think one thing governments and the civil society need to show, is how positive action on climate and nature can deliver growth despite the obvious challenges. It can deliver improvements for people's everyday lives, And I think that is how we are going to address what we've seen in some countries around the world, where people see climate action as an impediment to growth, an impediment to an improvement in their daily lives. And I think we as a collective, coming out of COP, we need to show that it can be positive, that we can drive investment, that we can improve people's lives, that we can address climate, and we can do all of that together. And that's how we're going to generate the long-term investment, the long-term buy-in for what we as a collective want to achieve. Thank you.
Muito bem. Chegando agora ao fim, próximo ao fim do nosso evento, gostaria de chamar Naime Lopes, uma pessoa muito querida por nós e liderando na liderança de um projeto que para nós do Pronatura foi extremamente importante numa região
in a region
no meio da Amazônia.
right in the middle of the Amazon. She has traveled and made a project very complex to get here to share with us her opinions, operations, and lifestyle. And I get back to a sentence that was mentioned here for some of our colleagues, dignity. I believe the dignity of the Juruti region that we learn to get to know with so much care and admiration, I believe this is a big example of what we can build inside the Amazon with all the needed elements to build dignity.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Marcelo and Marlene for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. We've traveled a whole day to be here. We came from the Amazon, from the state of Pará. It's very important for us to participate in events that talk about us, from us that live in the Amazon and Amazon climate. In this context of COP30 that we are living, it's very important to highlight the importance of an event like this one. We'll host the biggest conference about climate in the world, so it's good to talk about our territory, in our territory, with the people that live there and that feel in their skin the climate change. So in this context, as a municipal environmental secretary, I would say that we are very close to environmental management and communities, and I feel honored to be here participating right now and to be able to share some good news and new meetings like this one in our city as well. So Pronatura invitation and Marlene invitation helped me to announce that we'll have a climate week, the regional one in Simutino, Pará, in the Amazon, and I invite you all from now to come to get to know our territory, to see firsthand everything that we have, not only in terms of impact, but our natural resources, beautiful natural resources. It's important that we talk about the partnerships that we have in our territory to manage the environment, to take quality of life to our population, and one of these big partners of the public power is the Juruti Sustainable Institute, a non-profit organization, a tripartite that has this kind of organization in Brazil, one because it's made out of the civil society, the private companies, and the public government, and it promotes brilliant projects that take quality of life to the population, the people that live by the rivers and that live the climate change's impacts. Our communities sometimes are isolated without access to potable water, and the Institute takes actions and access to potable water, access to clean energy and quality of life to these populations that live by the rivers. So your participation is essential for us to take quality of life to our population. I'm very honored to be here representing the Institute. And to finalize, I would like to leave a message to all. We are here to state that the local and the global walk together hand in hand to preserve the Amazon and to fight for the preservation of life. Thank you very much. I wait for you in our Climate Week in Juruti. Thank you.
E cuidando para que o desenvolvimento a Juruti, no coração da Amazônia, enfrenta um dos maiores desafios do nosso tempo: crescer sem comprometer o clima e o futuro da floresta. A Secretaria Municipal de Meio Ambiente atua como guardiã desse equilíbrio, fiscalizando e cuidando para que o desenvolvimento aconteça de forma responsável. Ao lado dela, o Instituto Juruti Sustentável, referência em governança tripartite, conecta empresas, poder público e sociedade civil em projetos que fortalecem a agricultura familiar, a educação, a saúde e a economia local, sempre com foco na sustentabilidade e na adaptação às mudanças climáticas. Essa união de esforços mostra que é possível prosperar preservando a floresta e protegendo o clima. E é com esse espírito que Juruti se prepara para dar um próximo passo. Em 2026, ser palco do Rio Climate Action Week regional, trazendo para a Amazônia esse grande movimento global pelo clima e pelo futuro do planeta.
So friends, thank you very much for bearing with us. Wasn't that worth it? What an amazing announcement to make, that we are going from Rio, the metropolitan, to where the action needs to be taken, in Juruti. And we're absolutely so privileged to be working with Naime and all of our colleagues there to have Juruti Climate Action Week. So we just have a few final remarks, final thoughts, but most importantly, final thanks for all of you for still remaining in the room, I think. And of course, not to forget all the people who are joining us by live stream, because they have been with us throughout the day in many geographies. And we have had our speakers who have been here with you on the stage, but they've also been joining from many other parts of the world, from the United States, very different time zone, and poor Nigar Arpadaray, who joined us from Baku at 11:30 midnight, her time. So she'll be deserving, have a well-deserved sleep now. But so with the thanks, we also want to begin with thanks to the people who are closest to us who have really helped create today. So we have a fantastic organizing team. So this has been a joint effort between London Climate Action Week and of course Pro Natura International. But in our team, we have Gael, you will see them on the screen, hopefully. The event organizing team, we have Gaetano, I don't know if he's in the room, but we have our wonderful partners, Adrienne and others who are in the room. We have a fantastic communications agency, Approach. I don't know if Beth is here in the room, but certainly her people are. Thank you so much. You've been absolutely amazing. So Adrienne, we have George, we have Julia, we have everybody else who's here. So as always happens in these things, one forgets the key people. But I think one of the key people for us is sitting over here. So Carolina has been an absolute bedrock for for us. She's been an absolute foundation for the work that we've been able to deliver in true Brazilian style, in a matter of weeks, and everything at the last minute. So we would have got lots of things wrong. We have lots of emails we didn't reply to. We have sessions which we contacted the moderators at the last time. We pulled together these amazing sessions where you saw what rock stars we had, yeah? Absolute rock stars. So thank you so much. Everyone pulled together, and for me, the lesson really was, because in London, it's our 7th London Climate Action Week. We had more than 700 events. It's been a big slog. But to be honest, the enthusiasm and the generosity that we've experienced here from having this amazing venue, the Museum of Tomorrow, which is a science and culture venue, to CCBBs, look at the array of amazing venues that we've had offered to us. We haven't managed that in London yet. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to say to the British Museum and the Science Museum and all of our wonderful galleries, hey guys, you need to give us a favor in return. So that's been one of my key lessons. But we have many, many thanks to make. I'm going to turn over to Marcelo now so that we don't forget everybody who deserves our thanks, please.
Well, in just completing the thank you list, the highlight to Gael and approach, I'd like to also re-mention that, because without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Museu da Manhã as a co-organizer of this, and guys, there's a serious strategy in all of this, because this is the first year. It took me completely by surprise. This is not Per Natura's realm. We are used to do work in Juruti, where people don't, it's not in the media, people don't see us on the backstage, but really acting and doing things, making things happen. But this has been an incredible surprise. This is about your guidance and your experience and your prestige. This would never have happened. And I also would like to really highlight back the people from Per Natura, because it's a small team. João, Nícia, Carolina, they're here with us. Antonio Claudio's right there. It's a guy that has been a founder with me from the first days. 40 years ago, we were dinosaurs now, man. Right. Sandra, absolutely. But the point is, well, Antonio is in the room as well. Antonio has been one of our super rock star, which we have exported all over the world. So, but what the point is, as an institution, we've made every mistake under the moon. I mean, and in the sun as well. But turned it around. And with resilience and with super athletes' capacity and tenacity, we've made it happen, and including this event, which is something completely we're out of our depth. But what really impressed me and surprised me, and I've been through a few challenging places and situations in my life, is how this picked up the way it did. I truly expected 5 events in 5 days as a first day would be a success. 200 plus, I think I heard the number 240 events, 20,000 people all over the world, people coming and going. And a list of, as you said, the best venues Brazil have to offer, and some of the best in the world. So just going back to, obviously, Museum of Tomorrow, this is it. This is our main partner and hub. But you have the CBB, Aqua Rio, Ação Cidadania, e da Câmara Municipal do Rio de Janeiro, SEBRE, UERJ, PUC Rio, Academia Brasileira de Letras, Instituto Papo Reto, BNDES. Isso é realmente o nosso creme de la creme no Rio de Janeiro. E todos oferecidos, todos de forma gratuita, todos de forma parceira, unidos, consolidando o conceito que nós estamos discutindo aqui de multilateralidade, de união, de fazermos juntos. Sem isso, a gente não tem a escala para solucionar um problema que nós mesmos criamos. Bom, a minha geração e as anteriores, não a de vocês. A de vocês a gente entregou no colo de vocês para resolver o mínimo que nós podemos fazer e ajudar. Então, é o que nós estamos fazendo aqui. Muito obrigado a todos. E eu queria fazer também uma mensagem muito especial. De novo, eu vou repetir, vocês já devem estar cansados de ouvir. Brasileiro que está sentado ali, que é o Rodrigo.
So, President that is sitting there, Rodrigo, that not only is a supporter of One Amazon, but the creator of a solution like and based on my market experience, like the most efficient one. Now we have OD, KFF, EcoAgri, and AgriInvest. These are market solutions that will mobilize like the necessary volume of capital. So this was my closing remarks.
So now we are truly at the end, and we're going to end with singing and dancing, music most of all, and we have an amazing band for you. And this once again reflects the British-Brazilian relationship, because you'll soon be hearing from Favela Brás. And Favela Brás was founded 10 years ago by a British trumpeter called Tom Ash. And he came to Rio, he fell in love with it. He's a musician, and he set up a free music school for underprivileged children from the Pereira da Silva favela and the neighboring schools. And you're going to hear from them. They have a fantastic playlist, so please do enjoy. And thank you so much once again.
Último remarque aqui sobre Por Natura. Eu falei das gerações anteriores, dos velhos. Agora eu queria falar da nova geração que está sentada ali. No pressure.
projeto Favela Brás. Meu nome é Wesley de Araújo, sou diretor. Esse projeto tem 11 anos de história, foi fundado lá em Santa Teresa pelo músico, trompetista britânico chamado Tom Ash. Abriu as portas da casa dele, começou com 4 alunos e hoje, 11 anos após, somos 300 alunos, atendendo toda a comunidade de Santa Teresa em volta. Somos parceiros de 6 escolas municipais do Rio de Janeiro, escolas que atendem as comunidades, e essa é uma fração do projeto, é a banda de segundo segmento, ainda tem uma banda para cima, mais 3 bandas para baixo deles ainda, são todos ali baseados em níveis, né, do nível iniciante até o nível mais avançado, eles são a banda de segundo segmento. Gostaria de agradecer a nossa participação aqui nesse evento maravilhoso, esperamos voltar mais vezes, e nós vamos tocar mais 2 musiquinhas, e a última música eu gostaria que todos cantassem com a gente, beleza? Obrigado a todos pela oportunidade.
ficou lindo, roubou take. Roubou meu take. Não. Era pra botar a música pra tocar cedo, que tava todo mundo aí. Agora todo mundo foi embora. Acho que acabou agora, hein? A senhora já levantou pra ir embora. Quer agradecer ainda? Pode ser hoje? Acabou. Desliga não. Acho que acabou já.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial da ação climática. A RCAW Climate Action Week conecta governos, empresas, comunidades, lideranças indígenas, cientistas e jovens para criar soluções concretas para a crise climática. Uma semana de debates, cultura e inovação. O futuro é construído agora e começa aqui.
O movimento ambientalista global começou em 1972, quando Maurice Strong liderou a Conferência de Estocolmo, a primeira vez que o mundo reconheceu que o progresso humano depende da proteção do planeta. Em 1987, o relatório Brundtland introduziu a ideia de desenvolvimento sustentável, um princípio que inspiraria a Carta da Terra. Mas foi no Rio de Janeiro de 1992, na Cúpula da Terra, novamente sob a liderança de Maurice Strong, que a história foi feita. O Rio nos deu a Agenda 21, um plano global de ação, a Convenção sobre Mudanças Climáticas, a Convenção sobre Biodiversidade e os Princípios do Rio, uma base para o direito ambiental internacional. De Estocolmo ao Rio de Janeiro, esses marcos e a visão de Strong pavimentaram o caminho para a Carta da Terra e para os sistemas e instituições de governança ambiental que conhecemos hoje. O Rio de Janeiro sempre foi um dos principais palcos do debate sobre a mudança climática e hoje não poderia ser diferente. Rio Climate Action Week. Mais uma vez, o futuro é agora e começa aqui.
De 23 a 29 de agosto, o Rio será a capital mundial